Like some of you did not remember that, right? That All right. A few clarifications that I think were coming from the explanations of the recap, that Utafiti Sera, we don't develop policies, but we inform policies. And we don't implement them. We inform or influence or advocate for the implementation. So I think that's a good clarification that may need to be checked if it was captured that way. But I think it was really, really fabulous. So today we have a focus on our research process, on policy culture that we will really want to engage with and see how best we can conclude it and also use those findings. And also I'm happy to announce that we have been joined by our ED today. So before I give him a chance to come to talk to us, allow me to let him know who is in the room. Is that okay? So let me start by my family, the people from Pasga that have made us to be here. Pasga team. Can you just wave to the... Thank you, thank you. All right, our teams from Zambia, the Universal Health Coverage team, Zambia, Universal Health Coverage. Where are some people? All right, can we wave at, say hi to people? All right, thank you so much. Teams from Urban Governance, Rwanda. Oh, some Zambians are just arriving after Rwanda have stood up. Okay. All right. Rwanda. Why are you clapping like you don't want them? All right. Thank you. Even Rwanda can see some people are still asleep. All right. Let's see the teams from Kabe, the food systems and youth employment. Yes. House. All right. Kabe, all right. Thank you. Welcome. Urban Governance, Kenya. That is Pamoja Trust. Thank you. The academia from our universities, local and broad. The academia. Thank you. And then we have the research team for policy culture. Anyone else that I did not mention their groups? Oh, the media team. The resource persons, rapporteurs, and any other technical team working for us. Thank you so much. So this is now the team we have in the house. And so the research program today, we are going to structure it with presentations, very brief ones. Then we will be engaging. There's some QR code there which we should be scanning. Elijah, you could set it for us. So you should be getting your copies of that summary report from the QR code. And then you start engaging with it so that we move into discussions in depth and make recommendations for change. So with all that, I want to now take this opportunity to invite our Executive Director, Professor Fadel Ndiame. Please, can we welcome him?
Good morning. Thank you, Sam, for the introduction. But before starting, I want to commend the lady who did the summary. Is it the one I met in Naivasha? Yeah, that's fascinating. So, colleague, my name is Fadel Ndiame. Now I remember some of the faces now. We met in Naivasha also. The professor, yes. I couldn't join you earlier because I was in Senegal, where a major event called the African Food System Summit was taking place. And we are pleased that as PASGAT, we're able to play a big role in that event. Moderated a whole Africa parliamentarian session, but also the whole ministerial session. So people who don't know about PASGAT had a chance. And I think Sam will give you a bit more about that. The reason why I'm raising that because the issue you're dealing with here are the ones that are being debated in Senegal. We are at a very important time of resets from agriculture to food system, a big focus on fragmentation in all aspects. By the way, to the team from Rwanda, your president was there and as usual did an amazing job. And they engage youth. In fact, I have a video in which my president, who is 44, was addressing a young lady, telling her that 2 years ago, I tried to reach out to you on your social media. You just saw me but didn't acknowledge me. Are you going to acknowledge me now? So there is something changing in the landscape. And I think being able to discuss issue of policy and governance the way you're doing it here is a privilege. So I'll not be very long because I haven't, I want to listen first to your resolution, but just building on your summary, I think you are asking very important questions. And the professor in this room know that one thing that old professors never lose is their faculty. They always keep their faculties. Now, where I come from, the question asked is more important than the answer. And you have asked many, many questions. The first time I was exposed to Utafiti Sera, I was quite impressed. And I'm still impressed, and we keep talking about it. When you are able to build a house, bring all stakeholders, have conversation, generate evidence, and inform policy. I think the obvious question is, so what? What is evidence? And I think you start asking those questions. Is it the scientific results from your study? Some critics will say that's data. Now, once data is digested and processed, it becomes information. If your different House members process it through their own lenses, they have specific knowledge. When they act on that knowledge, they have their own plan and strategy. So my SOAD is, once you do the Utafiti Sera, I'm looking at Zambia, you are known to be a very good champion in this. What happens after? Do we walk the talk on policies? How do we know that we made a difference? What was the original intent of the policy? And I think there is no assembly better than this one to really dig into those issues and try to come up with answers. So I'm very pleased about this conversation. One of the questions I would put to all of us is, what is at stake in your different houses? What is being discussed? Who are the real stakeholders? What are their pain points? Do we have win-win scenario? I mean, next week Sam is going to Cote d'Ivoire. You'll be very surprised. This is a country where they know how to make jokes. And one of them is the civil servant will come in the morning, sign up, put their newspaper on the table and leave. And go look for other livelihood. And when you ask them, say, well, you guys pretend to pay us, then we act like we are doing the job. How do you manage those issues? So these are the few remarks I wanted to just to react to your reaction. Some of us I met before know how I introduce myself, and I will do it again. I'm Fadel Jame. I'm a barefoot African villager. I was actually born in a village in the south of Senegal, Casamas. Family of 10 siblings in the middle. Is in the middle here. Raise your hand. Now, if you are in the middle, your big challenge is to be seen. You have to shout. Attention goes either to the younger one or to the older one. So we grew on that. But I remember my mom, who raised us, out of farming. This is why I relate pretty much to farming. She made sure that we went to school so that we don't become farmer. Now, that's the sobering part of things, because she farmed. She knows what is in it to be a farmer. Now, if we don't have farmers, are we going to survive? What should we do in order to make farming attractive again, especially to the younger one? I think that's one of the topical debate of today. But the other thing my mom did, and you'll see later why I'm telling you all of this, he made a song for each of her 10 children. Each of us have a specific song from our mom that express love, that tells you who you really are. So that irrespective of what happened in life, you all remember who you are. Now, growing out of that environment, very tough, very harsh, but feeling very loved, I grew up with value of resilience, commitment, hard work, and excellence. And I thrive, not to become a farmer, but now to teach. I'm a professor of practice at the University of McGill. But I have a farm. Sam, you visited my farm, right? I have an incubation center where my objective is to show to the young generation how to farm and successfully farm in a small plot of land using technology. My son and friends are part of that undertaking. I think just a way of saying that irrespective of where we come from, we have values that we can bring on the table. If I checked with you, many of you will have value of hard work. Who have a value of hard work? Please raise your hand. Resilience. Caring for others. Now, when we can share values, we can do things together. In fact, that may be the answer to the so what. Because if we are able to rally around what we share at the highest level, we may find compromises to make policy works for everybody. So with this few words, I don't want to hijack your show, Sam. I'll be listening very carefully, but just remember I have questions. I have questions on the Utafiti Sera. Are we just celebrating our own rituals, or do we have a real innovation? And I keep challenging my colleague Jim and Pauline, what is the underlying theory of that? How come if we're just in a house, things are fine? Where is conflict of interest? I like the professor who mentioned conflict of interest. How do we mitigate conflict of interest? Is there a win-win scenario, or are we caught in a zero-sum game? With this few words, nice to meet you and look forward to more engagement with all of you. Thank you. Thank you, Sam.
Thank you. All right. One more round of applause to the leading. Thanks so much, Fadel, and we welcome you to today's deliberations. So I want to take this opportunity to invite the Policy Culture Research Team and most of the principal investigator to come and introduce this team and how they want to have the presentations conducted. Can we clap for Dr. Katete?
Thank you very much, Sam, and good morning, colleagues. I'm George Katete. I'm the principal investigator for the Policy Culture Study. I'm here with my team members, George Kabonga. There are a team of enumerators as well, who I think some of whom joined us. Perhaps they are not in the room. We also got quite a lot of support when we were in Nigeria from Professor Fatai. He's still not in, but I think he will join us. Now, what the ED has talked about is very interesting, and it really touches on policy culture. And I think it's now broken the ice, and it's going to make our work very easy when we are doing the conceptualization of policy culture in order to understand what is inherent in the policy-making process and by who, and who are the stakeholders who are involved in the policy process, and how policies can also be contested. Now, as a team, this is the way we want to move. I will be taking you through the conceptualization aspects, looking into some historical background and also shedding light on the concept itself, because theorization of the concept of policy culture is not well informed, especially when we are looking into the literature that captures policy making in the continent of Africa. And therefore, tapping into history, going back to what colonial rule did, and post-colonial, and also those values, what they considered as values, that supported in the process of policy making, is something that up to date we will see continue influencing the policy process. So I will be able to take you through this kind of conceptualization. Then I'll also touch into methodological approaches that we used and give the findings, especially the Nigerian. I have to note that our colleague, Edwin Okul, was supposed to be here, but he also got an assignment which he rushed to, so I will be presenting on its behalf the Rwandan scenario. And then George will give us findings for the Kenyan and also recommendations. And we want to be brief so that we can have more time to engage. So this is what we'll talk about. We are going to look into conceptualization and some gaps in the literature, as we have already hinted that policy making itself also must be understood as having a lot of contribution in academia, and a lot of scholarship has also grown as a result of this particular study. And findings, and of course, recommendations. Now, I like the works of these scholars. If we may tap into what Hachal Zelba is saying, that policy culture means shared norms, values, beliefs, and practices. So these are practices that are inherent and inform policy-making process and governance structures. And we are going to see how this particular definition also plays out, especially when we get into the findings. And I've seen during our primary researches, when we are doing interviews, especially key informant, that even those who are in government cycles, today I'm not seeing any one of them, will still blame, yes, my friend is there, will still talk about history and not identify with particular practice which will inform the structures and norms that they should be tapping from. So that raises a lot of questions in the understanding of what policy culture means. Does it mean something that we are used to? Does it mean something that is foreign to us? And indeed, I think this is what we are going to struggle with, especially when we open up the floor to understand more about the contemporary policy-making processes. Now, and of course, if you look into all these definitions, there's some convergence, but interpretation will come out that, again, they diverge, especially when you look into what norm means, what value also means. But I like this particular definition by McDowell, because McDowell, they are pessimistic about what policy culture means. Does it fit in one, box? Can you fit policy culture into one particular box, or do we have different policy cultures even within a particular institution? And therefore, when we are operationalizing policy culture within the context of Africa, we see that it is following informal, negotiated pathways rather than purely bureaucratic and technocratic ones, which could be informed by those formal processes. So therefore, when we are theorizing a policy culture and tapping from the meaning of policy itself, we do not see a linear process. That linearity, indeed, cannot apply in real life situation. And so that also limits our understanding of what policy culture is all about. Now, in this particular study, as I have mentioned, we had to go back to do some scoping review. And scoping, of course, will mean to say we want to understand the literature that contributes into understanding of this particular topic. And we have done so by tapping from various works. And as I'm pointing out here and focusing on the Nigerian situation, that holistic understanding of those past scholarship. And indeed, we find a lot of uniformity in regard of those historical accounts and the role of colonialism and post-colonial systems, which have informed how we are making our policies today. So of course, I've lined up some of the main scholars whom we got quite a lot of information from. And I also see Professor, you are recognized there. I think your work, the one about British foreign policy and how it influences decision-making in Kenya. So I think in this room also we've got a lot of contribution. So what are the gaps? Where are we coming in as researchers in policy culture? Several areas, of course, but we found it quite important, to talk about this particular paucity that not much has been done in the understanding of how evidence, inform policy making also could be sustained. And secondly, of course, how local researches and local research influence policy making. And I think this is where Pascal will continue to scale up with this Utafiti Sera, so that indigenous knowledge can continue to contribute in policy making that is acceptable in the understanding of our problems and also giving solutions to the same. Now, I'll briefly run through our research methodology that guided us. So this study employed mixed methods, multi-country. As we've said, we were in 3 countries, namely Kenya and Nigeria and Rwanda. And of course, we tried to have this uniformity in order to help us also in synthesis of our findings and coming up with a comparative analysis. So that what we do in A, we also do in B, and we also do in C. But of course, as we'll see with the findings, there are some variations. So data was collected. We did a combination of key informant interviews, focus group discussions, questionnaire-based surveys, and a review of policy documents, as we've said, which also was helping us in triangulation. We did a massive survey with samples of 1,101, as you can see in my next slide, and 120 key informant interviews, as well as the focus group discussions conducted with diverse policymakers. And these policymakers, some of whom I think are in the room, were very instrumental because we are tapping from real life experiences, but also understanding the formalities that are inherent in the process of policy making, so that these are not abstraction as such, because we wanted to understand generally the policy cultures that are dominant in the process of policy making. And so this is a distribution of stakeholders that were interviewed, and as you can see, Nigeria led with the 398. However, if you're looking into these clusters, you see some variation. The research assistants, as I've said, were very much involved, though they was a bit limited, but we were able to continue putting some pressure here and there, and whenever you find that there could be some excuses that, you know, some government officials are not in, they've gone for some meetings, we will continue to persist so that we get data. So this is the distribution of primary stakeholders who were met during our interviews. Of course, we have within the report more information that if someone is interested, you can be able to get more information to that. And so that design itself is important, especially in a study of this nature, because we are creating knowledge. And as knowledge co-creators, you know, together with PASGA, as well as these key stakeholders, it is important really to have these teams capture both formal and those informal dimensions of policy cultures, and paying particular attention to institutional norms, looking into those actor agencies and those evidence, how evidence uptake is proceeding. So we did those triangulation, as you can see within the methodology. We have quantitative, qualitative document analysis, gray literature, and all that is triangulated to have reliable data and making sense of the same. Now, in doing so, of course, we tap from a typology, analytical typology, which has got 4 categories. We're looking into the political bureaucratic culture. This is where the political elites and technocrats dominate. And I think I agree with one of our professors here that though we want to say that when it comes to these kinds of deliberation, politicians should be placed aside, yet they are the ones that drive the process of policy. So much as we are going to see, they are very powerful and very instrumental. When we were doing interviews, this kept on coming, that politicians are self-interested, and whatever they do, they are calculative. And indeed, you look into the so-called public choice theory, resonates so well with the understanding of what the politicians want, but also what do voters want, so to speak. You find that the public choice itself. So this political bureaucratic culture, I think going forward, we need to see how to incorporate politicians. I'm not saying that they have to be present always, but even if it's a marginal way of bringing them on board so that they get to know how your evidence is going to support the decision-making framework is something that is very vital and indeed must be embraced. And so we are looking into that political bureaucratic culture, civic culture. Academias are in the room, and also the industry market culture, where the market demands and industrial priorities influence public policy. Now these are the set of research questions that we were engaged in order to answer our question in a systematic manner. So let me rush through some of the findings that in the Nigerian policy culture ecosystem. We find that, number one, it is highly centralized policy environment, and it's dominated by political elites. Political elites, as we've said, have got a lot of interest and they influence policy making. This is expected, I think, from deliberations that we've had, that participatory influence from technical experts, from researchers, and from the broader public is limited in the policy-making process, even within the Nigerian policy ecosystem. So to speak, we see how leaders and the elites, they hold the most influence. Our quantitative data proves the same. As we can see, the political leaders scored very high, at 87.8%, and minimal when it comes really to citizens and civil society groups. Now, politicians have that tendency of working through those visions, the white papers, the policy documents that have been framed to guide them in the implementation of policies. And when we're looking into the Nigerian context, the Vision 2020, it sought to place Nigeria among the world's top 20 economies by the year 2020. I think, Prof, you will tell us whether it is there, and perhaps there's some reason why we think that it has not been able to realize that dream. So policymakers within the Nigerian, when we were doing the key informants, they are talking about progress, yes, were recorded as a result of implementation of this vision, but there have been a lot of governance bottlenecks, policy inconsistencies, inadequate institutional capacities, which have remained as key impediments. So that, largely speaking, revision of these white papers and policy agendas continue to inform how they implement policy. For instance, I think the latest one has to do with the Nigerian Agenda 2050, which was approved in 2023, envisioning a high-income economy that will propel, development. And so if we go on and on into this dominant policy culture, we also see how government bureaucrats and civil society also, and as well as donors, are playing a role, though as we are seeing, citizen voices within the Nigerian policy environment is limited. And that is, I think that is something that today we did not expect that much because of what we refer to as democratization. So we expected participatory kind of approach in the policy making. But there are those constraints which I think will open up the floor later on we discuss. Now I've talked about how donors also play influential roles, that alignment of those policies, economic policy, education policy, health policy, with the UN Sustainable Development Goals is something that Nigeria continues to follow to date. Because for them to get funding, then they must convince the donors that they are in sync with what the donor wants. So there are those blueprints that exist, the WHO, UNESCO, and all these kind of donors who continue to pressurize African governments to undertake certain policy decisions which might not be in tandem with the local needs. Now, evidence is I think, is the elephant, Mr. Sam. That evidence, what does the role of evidence in shaping dominant policy within the Nigerian context? Our quantitative and qualitative researches shows that evidence, and especially what the citizens want, their perceptions, are not factored in many a times. So they play very marginal roles in shaping ongoing policy reforms, and therefore it is inconsistent with the expectation of evidence-informed decision-making, because there are weak feedback loops in that policy-making process, and that weakness is visible all the way from how policies are conceived. The conception of policy formulation, agenda setting, all the way to evaluation, implementation, and evaluation of the same. So this cuts across all the way. Now, there are other considerations when we are also talking about evidence, that political goodwill is important, yes. And it's a key driver and a key consideration for evidence uptake. So if political will be inculcated during legislative processes, we see, like passing of the stalled gender bill, or the delays in the passing of the Electoral Act of 2022, then evidence can be backed up, because, as we've said, we cannot run away from politicians. Yes, they have their interests, but you need political goodwill for your evidence also to have an input in policy making. So I think what we are going to be struggling with is how to incorporate this kind of interests. Are these interests really collective and for public good, really? Or are they for some selfish ends? So this is also a question. Yeah, so I will before I open the floor, I will rush through the recommendations briefly. Then I can let the Kenyan researcher, of course, we're working closely with them to come and shed more light. Oh, good. Thank you very much for that, being generous. Now, let me go back to this slide that I was keeping here. It's very important, the finding 2, which has to do with interagency collaboration in the use of evidence. That our findings also point towards the fact that collaboration is important. As we are sitting here as partners, if we continue collaborating, generating evidence, sound evidence, can inform policies, and that with that consistency and collaboration, I think if it is sustained, then it appears that change can happen. But of course, when we are looking at it from the cycle of government, there have been some collaboration where we are tapping into Nigerian findings across agencies, such as ministries and departments, so that to some extent, they will be incorporating in evidence-informed policy approaches through structured partnerships, through legislative oversights, and through strategic communication. For instance, institutions have created what you see as the MDAs, ministries, departments, and agencies. They come up with these committees that are responsible for hearings, for making inquiries, also doing policy reviews, and creating those formal platforms for interagency dialogues and alignments. Now, going forward, how should we improve this kind of collaboration? For effectiveness of such collaboration, it depends not only on structure, but also on clarity. So if you have researchers, those researchers must be clear, so that if you are taking up a particular topic, it should be something that will enable you solve a particular problem. I think we talked about this the first day during the session. So clarity, but there must also be trust. How do we build trust between and among various policy players? So this interagency collaboration can continue to enhance the use of evidence in policy process in Nigeria. And I think when we'll also be doing this kind of researches elsewhere, this is another area that some emphasis needs to be placed on. So there have been barriers, of course, as we've talked about, political interest. Funding is an issue when we're talking about uptake of evidence in the policy-making process, but also the lack of accessibility to research findings, dissemination, and Pascal through the Utafiti Sera should help enhance this, so that accessibility to researches that we do, everyone can be able to access, and key stakeholders continue informing policies. So we can navigate the barriers. We had a few suggestions by framing evidence as tools for success, and I think some you took us through what success means. So we need to know how to frame evidence as tools for success, embedding technical advisor within government structures. I mean, these technical advisors are a priority, yet many governments still lack those who are technical in the area of researches and their limitations, and I think that has to do also with the issue of funding. And also sustaining support through advocacy, relationship building, and clear communication. As we know, communication is key, and if we do not communicate our findings, then we are stalling the process of evidence-informed decision-making. Let me, because I can see my time is running, I don't know whether we'll be able to cover the Utafiti Sera area within the Nigerian context. Now, what we found with the Utafiti Sera House model and the facilitation of the evidence-informed research in policy process is that there is low level of awareness. There is low level of awareness, and this highlights a significant gap. So that this will suggest a need of some targeted communication and capacity building and stakeholder engagement in order to scale up this model within the Nigerian policy ecosystem. Now, we should note that within the Nigerian policy space, the model's name is not familiar. This is unlike what we saw with Rwanda. I think even the Rwanda team here that talks well about Utafiti Sera. But in the Nigerian context, it is the opposite. Even the name itself. So I think, Pascal, you have something to do about that. So what it implies, they know what this can imply. It's an African-based model identified with African innovation, African creativity, engaging stakeholders who are informed by evidence in driving policy. So if you describe it in that manner, then they start giving you some information. So I think this is something. So this explains why when policymakers were asked about such awareness, its potential and its potentiality among other choices, the political resistance scored quite high, 29.3, because it's not embedded within those structures of policy making. And so, unlike what the Rwandan findings show, I might not be able to go through the entire Rwanda, but of course, we see quite some variation when it comes to that. So what do we recommend? We recommend that in the policy culture study shows us that designing a structured and sustained public participation model will be key in facilitating the process of decision making that is informed by evidence. And that is very important. Leveraging on research and evidence. So the researches we do and the evidences that we generate should not just remain on the shelves. We must leverage them, and that is why we need all these key stakeholders to be available. And whenever we are here, government officials, political elites, political players, technocrats, and everybody, so that we are able to use the data and mainstream the same to inform our undertaking and in decision making. And strengthening of government system is important, institutions, and sealing the legal loopholes. And finally, I will also talk about recommending that PASGA's leadership in championing the Utafiti Sera model in Nigeria policy space is very critical. So I have 1 minute, and then as we transition to the Kenyan, I think what we'll talk about in Rwanda is that, well, within the policy landscape of Rwanda, we also still see very strong centralized leadership, and this leadership is aligned to the vision as well. The Vision 2050 and the National Strategy for Transformation, NST. But what is more interesting is that policy culture in the Rwandan ecosystem, what we are seeing, it is rooted in consensus. I don't know, the key informants told us. It is rooted in consensus, in unity, and collectivism. And I want to agree, because even when we were talking about resolving the crisis following what happened in Rwanda, I mean, the indigenous approaches to problem solving have been tapped into so much, the Gasasha Code and all this. And these are informing policy that indeed evidence is something that is paramount. And I also found something very interesting, especially when we are looking into participation. The frequency of citizen participation in public decision is very high in Rwanda. And this informs policy. Unlike what we've seen when we got back to the Nigerian, though there are pockets of citizen voice, especially when they put pressure, we see that they can move policy revision, policies can be revised. There's that example of not too young, hashtag not too young, where the citizens took it upon themselves to push for a particular policy incorporating the youth in decision making and the process of legislation. So that is something, and I think there's also another example that in the redesigning of Naira, so financial policies also. But then these ones are reactionary more than structured way. Yeah, so I wanted to make those two observations when it comes to the Rwandan case, but now I'll open up the floor for my colleague to come in and give us a presentation about the Kenyan situation. Let me take you to that slide.
Good morning, everyone. My name, as Dr. Katete had said, is George Kabonga. I'm the one who was the co-principal investigator for the Kenyan research. And there were so many findings that we made. One of them is that policy making in Kenya has evolved. For those who know, it has evolved from a very highly centralized system, because that is what we inherited from the colonial government. But beginning around 82, those who are old enough here, you remember we started having the district focus for rural development, so there was a bit of decentralization. Around 2002, another 20 years later, you remember, we started having the Constituency Development Fund, which was a kind of a precursor to the devolved system. And that's what I've said, that policy making in Kenya has evolved from a centralized, executive-dominated system, and it was executive-dominated because we inherited it from the colonial government, to a more participatory, consultative, and evidence-sensitive. I hope you are taking note. I'm not saying evidence-informed, but is evidence-sensitive, which means that not so much evidence-informed, but at least there is hope that they are cognizant of the role of evidence, evidence-sensitive process, especially after the 2010 Constitution. I don't want to repeat the second bullet, that initially it was top-down, driven by presidential directives, driven by donor interests, elite interest, and actually there was very limited space for the common mwananchi. For those who don't know mwananchi, it means citizen, to actually play a role. But over the years, institutional reforms, devolution, and planning frameworks, Dennis there will tell you, we have the MTEF for the national government, we have the CIDP for county governments, we have county annual development plans, or ADPs. So all this, plus even the Public Finance Management Act, have introduced some structure for evidence-informed. So what we have as we sit now are structures. There are structures for evidence-informed, particularly in budgeting and many others. And also, I've said that strategic planning also within agencies like the National Treasury, KEPRA, and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. KEPRA stands for Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research Agency, and KNBS stands for Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So that is as a way of introduction. So one of our findings, therefore, the main one, was we wanted to know from when we were deciding up the methodology, we divided all our people, the target population, into two main components. We had end users and we had policy formulators. Policy formulators were senior government officials, and end users were another word you can use for them is consumers, who consume these policies. And we wanted to know, as far as they are concerned, who mostly influence government decisions as concerns policy. And those were our findings. The end users, you can see about 79% of them believed that it is politicians. And the policy makers, even themselves, 70 and 76. 70 and 76. So you can see how the two groups view. The people who formulate policy give themselves credit. They believe that at least the other factors, but finally, they also believe that it is the politicians. So citizens, unfortunately, the perception, and that's why I used the word evidence sensitive. Citizens still believe that they don't have a role. So despite I've said the advances we made, we said like the evolution, the frameworks, etc., politics still remain, as you can see, a significant driver of policy direction in terms of policy intake, uptake, and also in terms of policy formulation. And challenges still exist due to bureaucratic inertia, fragmented coordination, among others. Then we also wanted to know how most policy decisions are arrived at. And we had various views about participatory. 47% of those whom we interviewed believe that at least policy making or decision making is participatory. But there is also a small percentage, 6%, who believe that the findings garnered from rigorous academic or research. So you can see the feeling that definitely still people believe that research, etc., play a very, very small role. Then we also wanted to know from the public, something that I've already said, the roles that evidence play in shaping dominant policies. And in Kenya, evidence increasingly informs policy, but just was planning through tools like feasibility studies and macroeconomic models with institutions such as KIPRA and Kenya National Bureau of Statistics playing a key role. But however, during implementation, sometimes there are policies we are going to see in health, in education, evidence plays, but when it comes to uptake, then during implementation, the influence of evidence often gives way to political agendas. So that is the other tragedy we have. Sometimes very good policies are formed based on evidence, etc. But when it comes to implementation, we found that political experience takes over. While some policies, like the National Education Sector Strategic Plan and the Sexual Offences Act, demonstrate strong evidence, the politically driven initiatives such as the Huduma Hustler Fund and Huduma Number tend to prioritize electoral goals. So sometimes quite a good number of our policies are influenced by manifestos of politicians. Now the question might be what we need to debate. What about the manifestos? Are they influenced by evidence or they are influenced by populist ideas? So probably that's a debate we are going to have today. So, the use of evidence also depends on institutional capacity. That's another thing that we discovered, that sometimes evidence is there, but the people who are the end users or even the formulators, they might not have the capacity to make use of that evidence. With half of policymakers relying on internal research units and other or external think tanks highlighting the need for both in-house expertise and partnerships. So despite its growing formal role, evidence often remains secondary to political. So if you were to rank them, then political expediency plays a, so far now, maybe after today, we are all going to go out and make evidence play a bigger role. But so far up to now, political expediency takes precedence in policy formulation, followed by donor interest, and we saw those starting from the 90s, the SAPs, etc., and many others that for those who are going to read the full report, you will find. So the tragedy of this is that it therefore limits consistency, it limits effectiveness, and it also limits sustainability of policy outcomes. Then we also, but this as a way of conclusion, therefore, that overall Kenya's policy-making trajectory reflects a gradual but uneven transition towards institutionalization of evidence use and citizen participation, balancing between structured planning and the realities of political interest. But we must say that donor influence is still great. What about transparency and participation? For Kenya, we found that since 2010, public participation is anchored, but in practice, it is very tokenistic. In fact, I remember attending one workshop, and people called the public participation public registration. You just go and you register, then they take the list because for accountability purposes. But all the ideas people take there are not given. So engagement is typically stronger. This is something we also observed. Engagement is typically stronger in urban areas. So that's another thing that needs to be worked on. That quite a good number of those policies, they affect people in the villages. But their voice is not captured as the voices of the people in the towns. I know most of you come from town, so you have no complaint. But the people in the villages there, they are complaining that our voices, because when the voices reach here, they are drowned by your voices. So this creates a gap, therefore, in inclusivity, undermining transparency, and citizen trust in government. So sometimes they don't actually even give ideas because they feel that the ideas would not count, that those who live in the urban areas decide everything. We also wanted to know how often policies are revised in Kenya. And the general feeling was that only 5% said they are revised frequently. 44% thought that they are revised occasionally. And 47% said they are rarely revised. And 3% said they are never revised at all. But they are revised. I know, for instance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs revised their foreign policy recently, among others. But there is no, the revisions depend more on political expediency or what is happening at that time. Nearly half, sorry, the weak feedback loop limits continuous improvement and reduces the effectiveness of policy. We were also interested in knowing how, what structures exist for governance, for uptake in the country. And we found there are certain institutions, government agencies, departments, which are doing very well in terms of uptake of evidence. And one of them was Teacher Service Commission. You will be able to read the full article. It has informed so many of their policies. The Kenya Law Reform Commission and the Central Bank, we found they are doing very well in terms of the use of evidence. And naturally, because of their nature. Their efforts show how structured research and engagement can improve policy quality. So there is potential, because if others are doing it, then even those who are not doing it, they have no excuse. If TSC is doing it with over almost now 400 teachers and policies that affect all this. So then what was also of interest for us in Kenya was how do they ensure that the policies are continuity, there is continuity in policy implementation. Why was this interesting? Because we are one of the few countries in Africa which have term limit, and we are following that. So they are normally we have had different parties. Tanzania does not have this because Chama cha Mapinduzi has ruled since Tanzania was born. So transitions don't affect them like in Kenya, where every election we even have a different party since 2002. We go with a different party. So we wanted to know, how do government officers ensure continuity of policies despite transition? You remember Hustler Fund came, but there were many other funds. There was the Women Empowerment Fund, the Youth Enterprise Fund. No one now talks about them. So how do we ensure that the continuity? And we had suggestions there. I don't know, I can see I have only 4 minutes, but we had suggestions like legal and policy frameworks, digitized data and policy repositories, among others, that those have been able to ensure that there is continuity, that even if we have SHA or she, but it will still take over from NHIF, or at least do something closer to what NHIF is doing. Then we are also interested, like I saw in Nigeria and Rwanda, but anyway, we had the same format on factors or the barriers to policy uptake. What challenges hinder integration of external research into policy making? And I've listed them there. One of them is political interference. Those are some of the things that challenges we face. Bureaucratic inertia, weak coordination between agencies, limited funding for research, and underdeveloped data system. Then we were also keen on the role that Utafiti Sera is playing, and in policy formulation and uptake. And our findings was that if you look at end users, it is almost 92% were not aware. In fact, I remember when Dennis was given time, and the National Treasury is the custodian of all the policies in Kenya. You remember on Tuesday, he told us that his boss wants him, when he goes back, to explain to him in detail what exactly is this Utafiti Sera. So I hope you will have time to share with Dennis, so that when he goes, at least his boss is the custodian of all the policies. His boss is able to give him more time to attend meetings of Utafiti Sera. So this is what we found out. And, but even among the general public, it was worse. At least the good thing is that the policy formulators, where policy making takes place, at least they are evidence informed. But could be uptake might not be as much as evidence informed. So these findings underscore the need for strong communication. This is more or less like a recommendation for PASGA, that if you look at the findings on Utafiti Sera, they underscore the need for stronger communication, outreach, and capacity building to enhance visibility and integration of Utafiti Sera model within Kenya's policy-making landscape. That expanding Utafiti Sera's visibility and integration into government structures presents an opportunity for strengthening evidence-informed recommendation on how to enhance coordination. We have a recommendation on one of the greatest barriers, how to enhance political commitment. Maybe you can give me, it can form the basis of our decision, that one of the things we saw that political expediency plays. So how do we make sure that politicians are committed to policy and use of evidence in policy making? That political interference should be reduced by anchoring policies within legal frameworks and national plans. So Kenya, we have Vision 2030. For the national government, we have things like MTEF. We also have, for the counties, we have county integrated development plans and the annual development plans. So if we could make sure that all those are anchored, then leadership development, we also need to do a lot of capacity building for government officers, particularly the end users, but even the formulators. They need to be capacitated, and also to advocate for strong accountability. We have also recommendations on capacity building for the officers, and we have also recommendations for Utafiti Sera. I think I'd already talked about them. And in conclusion, I can say that Kenya's policy-making environment is transitioning towards inclusivity and evidence use. So that is good news, especially in education, health, and finance. So that is something that comes out. However, structural challenges like political cycles, the 5 years, those who have been in Kenya, you know, since 2002, even the political parties, we go with a new political party every election. So that means continuity becomes very difficult. And weak participation hinder progress. These tensions highlight the need for more consistent commitment. And finally, promising practices like civic engagement signal a maturing policy culture that can deliver more effective governance and strong leadership. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Before Jim takes over, please allow me to pass my sincere apologies. When we were doing introductions, I left a very important component that researchers revealed to us, thinking they were not in the house, the government. We have a representative of the National Assembly here. Please just stand up and wave to us. Yeah, from the clerk's office of the National Assembly. From the Senate. All right, from the Senate, clerk's office of the Senate. Just say hi. He will take all the recommendations from here to the clerk so that we are called for serious deliberations with the Senate. Then we also have the national government, the executive. They said, we execute. Yes. The national government, please, can you just stand if you're here? Dennis and including Kipra.
Eliud has left.
Oh, Eliud has left, okay.
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. So at least we have the national government.
Yes.
And we don't have county government today. All right, thank you so much. I just wanted to acknowledge your presence. So, Jim.
Thank you so much, Sam, for that. Can we give a round of applause to the presenters? I think you could see some of the findings that were coming from their study is what we have been saying. And I was so happy that at least we will now be anchored on a study and say that now this is not an hearsay. Thank you so much. I want us to proceed this way. Let's break for tea. Then when we come back, we want to interrogate the findings and the gap. And I will want us to start with the scholars. So we'll give Professor Nyinguro the first priority and Professor Fatai, and even Dr. Owoche and the rest. Then we go to the houses to also give us a rejoinder and what they think. Then we open it up. Please, that is how I want us to move. So let's take only 20 minutes for break as we stretch a bit, as we digest. We have also shared the summaries of their findings via WhatsApp to a lot of us. So if you don't have, just your neighbor should be having. We also had a code, which will be, Faraji, you will want to portray that code so that those who still do not have the summaries can do the code. But I think we have really shared it in over almost 70 of us. So that when we come, we interrogate these findings to improve. In a way, we want to improve them, we want to own them, so that anything you think is missing, let us know how we can frame it, or what needs to be done so that it is really, really improved, and it is what will guide us. So let's move and have a breakfast for the next only 20 minutes, and we come back. Thank you. Eh. The academia, and I will request them with a lot of respect to come here. Professor Nyinguro, please come in front. Professor Fatai, come in front. Dr. Uoche, come in front. And Dr. Misigo, please come in front. We just want to give you the first priority to react to this document, to tell us how we can improve it, what we are missing, what should be captured. Then we open it up to the floor for the houses, and then we want to see how much we'll cover. So we want to interrogate both findings and the gaps. Sally, you are the one to manage this session. I'm not adjusting, just come. Switch the projector off. They're switching it off, Prof. So you start with Professor Nyinguro. Yes, to give us, he also participated in reading it and reviewing it. Where, Grace, can you be here? Or Mary, or Christine? Okay. Christine, are you able to be here so that from the universities as well, you'll be presented? Yes, anakuja. So Nyinguro read the, yes, and they read it and they review it. So give them 10 to 15 minutes each. Yes. And then tell presenters to take note and to be there.
Okay. Karibuni, welcome back everyone. And hello to the panel. Yes. So we want to thank Dr. Katete and also Mr. Kabongo for your presentation. And I hear some of the panelists here have read your findings, and we would like to hear from them. Any rejoinder, just anything, any missing gaps, any additions, subtractions. And we want to start with Dr. Nyinguro. Professor Nyinguro. We will give each one of you 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. Feel free, but yes, between. And we'll start with Dr. Philip. But before we start with Professor Philip, We've been mentioning policy cultures, I think, since day one, right? And personally, I've been thinking, when we say policy culture, what do we really mean? And I think from the findings, I've gotten an answer from that. But I just wanted to look, just to highlight something on culture. What is culture? And I think from the Urban Governance House, we've had some discussions on what culture is. It could be beyond what we see as historical or traditional to adapted cultures, like what we have in the urban cultures. So as we respond and also give our feedback together with the panel and also all of us, I think we reflect back to what do we really mean when we say policy culture. Yes, Professor, the 15 minutes are yours.
First of all, thank you very much. I think I should use this opportunity to thank PASGA for having invited me here, and this is a very good interaction that we had here. At least I was given an opportunity yesterday to sing Marashia Pemba. Okay, so now on a more serious note, I just want to say, you know, the stories I was giving you yesterday, I teach a course called Theoretical Perspectives of Public Policy. And one of the approaches which we discuss in our classes, the narrative approach. You know, narrations are very important. Yeah, so I was not just giving those stories non-academically, because the narratives are very, very important. Yeah. Now, on going on substantively, I think I read these studies very, very extensively. I even wrote a report. Now I think you can now know those who did this study, who reviewed because you are not told who did that review. Now, as the anchor has already said, and I think this thing also came up when Jim was, the conceptualization of culture, policy culture. Yeah, because we are talking about a social concept here. And social concept, sometimes you cannot define it in one sentence or one way, the way Jimmy or somebody else had said here. And so when you are carrying out a study like this on a social phenomenon, because public policy is a social phenomenon, because it regards behavior of human beings, we must always be very careful that you will have many interpretations. But even in those many interpretations, there are core ingredients which must inform any way that you define that concept. You will find that all the other various definitions, there's something core there. So, in this concept, I think when I read the three studies, there was one study, I will not mention which one, which tended to interpret policy culture the way that the anchor, yes, the way that Sally interpreted it, that culture was those traditions, traditions and all the rest. Whereas traditions also informs policy culture. But me, in my own way, I don't know how my colleagues will interpret it, I adopted a very simplistic view of what a culture is. Culture is the way of doing things. Yes, yeah. So when you are talking about public policy, culture, so you are saying the way that governments, that public policy is done, is conceptualized, formulated, and implemented. So that is the way that, so I don't know, I read this, the definitions that were given, and then I also had my own view of them because I teach this course, and came up with a standard, not standard really, but one sentence definition, where I said, I paraphrased some and said that policy culture in this context would mean the ensemble, the totality of norms, beliefs, behaviors, and institutional arrangements that shape how policy is made and used. I think I saw no need to acknowledge this, but I have derived this from various definitions. So the ensemble, or the totality of norms, beliefs, behaviors, and institutional arrangements that shape how policy is made and used. You know, once you say their beliefs and norms, it therefore not question silly, but puts in focus that scientific thing that we were talking about yesterday. That can you subject public policy to purely scientific methodology? Because how do you measure norms? How do you quantify norms? Okay, which leads me to a question I asked my PhD students in their exam last semester, that public policy is an art and a science discussed. Yeah. It is both an art and the art part of it, you cannot purely subject it to scientific methodology, those norms, because things like love for your country, because public policies are meant to make people love their country. Yes, and you cannot say that Kenyans love their countries by 50 cubic meters, but China loves them. Okay, so that's one thing. Now, secondly, because I should actually go faster. Okay, what is my verdict on the conceptualization of policy culture by these studies? My verdict is that I think with that comment that one study tended to interpret policy culture in terms of traditional norms, but in that study itself, actually, the study itself and the findings revealed that actually the study was carried within this definition because it looks at institutions, right? Yeah, all those things. So it is not a very big problem there. Then the questions which were raised and the objectives, to me, I think they were okay. They were okay, and I will not repeat them. The questions like how was the study carried out in terms of methodology, these were the ones. So my comments will be geared towards answering whether answers were found, those questions. The objectives of the study appear to have actually been met here. Yeah. So as far as the objectives of the study are concerned, my own humble view, is that each of the study actually fulfilled them. However, there was I think one problem here that the aims, the objectives, the major aim which the studies have appear to have been listed as only one of the aims, only one of the objectives. The statement of the objectives in the introduction section appeared to make evidence uptake just one of the aims of the study. Yet, that was the main objective of the study. Others, of course, were listed as being identification of actors and ideas and formulation and implementation of public policy. Whereas these were sub-objectives which are very, very important here. But it tended to bring confusion when somebody asks, what is the main focus of your study? That's why whenever a student writes for me a concept paper that I want to study this and that, I tell him the first sentence of your abstract or concept paper must be, and I insist, must start with, this study aims at doing this. So the aim, that one sentence becomes the overall objective. Then the rest become, but this does not in any way injure or undermine the findings and the way that the study was carried out. This is just semantic and also academic, because as an academic, you have the disadvantage of listening to my academic garbage. But very important, because after all, this study was being carried out by academic. Literature review here also. When you review literature, what is the major aim? The major aim is to globalize the study. Yeah, you go beyond what you are in. Why? You want to derive lessons. And this review of literature, not review of documents, no. Literature is academic, which means you are carrying out an academic study. The literature you review must be academic. So, globalizing how? Just to go a little faster, is that in this section, yes, I could see there were references to certain literature, but let me just read this. Literature review section of the study is fairly well presented. All the scholarly works reviewed are relevant. However, one would have expected a review of scholarly works that have been done on policy cultures across the world. Yeah. So you identify works which have been done on policy culture in the US or in developed countries, and what can you learn? The findings of those studies, how do they inform your study? Because I'm very sure, like in my conclusion here, I said that this study is of immense importance and has contributed a lot to our understanding of police culture. So somebody doing the same study on American political culture will use this study, certainly. So we would have also wanted to hear what the scholars who have carried out such like studies on Asia and other places. And I'm mentioning Asia here for one particular reason, that the Asian experience is exceptional. Yeah. Because Malaysia, the newly industrialized countries became industrialized because they had a certain way of making policies, rooting them. Okay. I was worried that he was going to say that talking too much. Yeah. Yeah, I think, you know, Malaysia, Taiwan, Thailand, Singapore, Japan, China, how have they reached those places? Because they rooted. You know, they used to get aid. Actually, Japan, modern Japan, 99% of the resources they used came from aid from the West, because, you know, Japan was completely flattened by the World War. But how come that as our policies in Africa have relied on foreign aid, but there's actually no corresponding achievements to Japan, Malaysia, and others? This is because they rooted that aid and other in their traditional practical practices, including language also. Japan teaches Japanese. Yeah. Engineering is taught in Japanese, because language is a carrier of culture. Language shapes the way you think. That is why you will order, like I know very well, you are now planning to order a V8 from Japan. Now, made by engineers, graduates of engineering. But they will write everything in Japanese. It is you to translate it into English. Yeah, so language, so I'm just saying that had we reviewed some works on policy cultures in Asia, we could learn a lot. US is very, very important also. US, France, and other countries, we see what we can learn from policy cultures in developed areas and all those things. So the verdict there is that you could have done more. Yeah. Because we always say you could have done more always. Yeah, because if you did everything, there'll be no funding for other researches. Yeah. So to mention that does not mean that the study has not been. But I've also said here, case study method. Yeah, because we have done case studies. This is a comparative study. But the problem here is that when you take 3 cases and you want to uniformize them, the problem comes. I think I used an academic term here, the small n problem, which is associated with comparative studies. I'm actually trying as much as possible to become simple, so that I'm not, so that I can, I'm not, Pascal does not say, no, this guy is too theoretical. Yeah, so that the problem here is that how comparable are the political cultures in Rwanda, Kenya, and yes, Nigeria. Because we have talked of norms and beliefs. And beliefs and norms in Rwanda may not be the same. Then, just to go to raise here, the documentary analysis. Yeah. I think all of us here, even yesterday, one more minute. Okay. One more minute is that the paper on Kenya, even Nigeria also, we did not review all the most important documents. Like in Kenya, we would have liked to see a review of Kenya Sessional Paper number 10, right? Rwanda, of course, Vision 2025 was also mentioned. Then, in order to answer the need there, okay, things are so many. I don't know. I've lost my name. Actually, I understand this review was given to the researchers, so which means that I don't have to do everything. But there's one thing here: ideology. Yes, I think one serious lacuna in this study was the absence of reference to ideology, because you used a historical approach to the political cultures in all these countries. So we would have liked to actually see interrogation of African socialism and how it actually failed, right? Yeah. If it failed, did its failure affect the policy cultures? Because we have already said, I think it was you, let me raise you a little bit so that you don't become hard on me. You had one time mentioned something, vision, Vision. Because policy must be made on vision. And the visions are normally housed in ideology. Okay, let me leave it here because I'm very sure that others are even more capable of
I want to go to Professor Fade. I think one of the things that came out from the researchers from Nigeria is that policy culture seems to be centralized, elite-driven, and then citizen input also seems to be limited, and evidence is often sidelined. I think even as you look at the whole Thank you for that. I've just been reminded that he's Professor Fatai, and I apologize for calling your name wrongly, Professor Fatai. Yes.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. Even as you give a rejoinder on the whole spectrum, of course, of the research, I just wanted to highlight also, because you're dressed in Pan-African regalia, that if we were to design a Pan-African strategy. If we were to design a Pan-African strategy on strengthening policy culture, what is the single most important lesson we need to take out of these studies? Karibu.
Okay, thank you very much, Sally. Fadel and Fatai, they are very close, so it's all right. Let me begin by, saying the executive director of PASGA, represented by the management team that are here, my senior professor, Professor Philip Yunguru, and my colleagues on the panel. Good afternoon, or is it good morning? Good morning. So I am Fatai Aremu. I am the Executive Director of Research Enterprise Systems. We are based in Abuja, Nigeria. And our vision is to see a decision-making ecosystem enabled by credible, reliable, and timely evidence. And we seek to empower both the demand and the supply side of evidence. By way of background, let me thank PASGA for inviting me to be part of this important conversation. And I want to commend PASGA's leadership in Africa. I've been a close observer of this space for about 10 years. I think PASGA is doing a very, very important job. And the space you have carved out for yourself, I am not aware of any other organization that is able to do what PASGA is doing very well. So we commend you, commend your efforts and sacrifices, and we also commend your partners for the support they have been given and so far. We do hope that the vision and the mission that you are driving will be realized along the line. And I want to commend my senior colleagues, Dr. George Kabonga and Dr. George Katete, for this wonderful work. I am happy to be part of this because we hosted Dr. Katete in Nigeria when they came for the field work and were able to, so that gave us a closer view of the study. So this study is of immense importance. I think the importance of this study should be understood from the angle of not knowing so much about something and not knowing that we don't know so much about it. We tend to assume. We have Utafiti, Sera, an innovative approach to policy uptake. We have so many other initiatives by different organizations across Africa. But it is centered on one side of the equation mostly, and that's the supply side, the production side. Give training, technical expertise to researchers to deploy innovative techniques to producing evidence, train them on advocacy techniques. But we don't really understand so much about the culture of consumption. And so this creates a lot of disillusionment, disappointment on the part of those who have invested a lot of resources and time to produce the evidence. Either they are donors, they are civil society organizations, they are NGOs, or they are researchers, that we have created this very nice piece of evidence. We've done the policy briefs, we've done the engagement, we've done everything. At the end of the day, the recommendations are not utilized, so it creates some kind of frustration. But we don't know that there are certain things that we still don't understand about the consumption side that we need to know. And I believe this study stems out from that thinking of trying to understand the mechanics, going into the engine room of consumption culture of policy evidence in Africa. So it's a very, very important study. It's a landmark attempt to break that barrier, the pipeline towards better consumption of evidence. So having said that, I will appeal personally to PASGA that please do not relent in this particular project. Do not relent in this investment, because I have been in this space for some time, and I can say very well, my senior professor, Professor Philip, has been in the policy space before he crossed to the academic. I have been in the academic before I went into the policy world, and I worked in the parliament. I was this head of socio-political unit there. I also worked in the office of the president. I was the head of the directing staff at the premium think tank in Nigeria. I worked in Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. I worked in different places to really understand how this system actually works. So while I was on the demand side, on the consumption side, I changed my identity completely for them to not even remember that I have anything to do with being a professor. So I hardly introduce myself as a professor. I just call myself my name. So sometimes when they are discussing, they will forget that I happen to be from the production side. So, and that brings me to this, is the idea of culture. When we want to, so PASGA should try and invest in this project. If there is a phase 2, we can take this first fantastic piece of work. And to be honest, I align with the findings of Nigeria completely. That is the way Nigeria is. There is nothing that they said about Nigeria that is not true. I agree with it. It is just the way it is. But we can take this as probably the first helicopter view of how the policy culture looks like. I'll connect to Sally's challenge to me that maybe we can have a continental framework or something. It's possible. However, we have to know that phase 2, if there will be a phase 2, we need to then probably extend the interrogation further to say the consumption on the production side, the culture, sorry, on the production side, and the culture on the consumption side, and probably the culture at the interface. It's quite important. So I give you an example. I was in the parliament. I was supporting the leadership, the Senate president, the speaker, all the big people in the parliament. My job was to help them curate evidence from the presentations that have been made by the academic. But they will listen, they will take pictures, they will shake hands. But when the professor, a renowned economics professor from University of Ibadan came, blew all the grammar, showed the p-value, the level of significance, and after the presentation, he left. And the senators and the leadership were then discussing among themselves. And the first person to comment was saying, these professors, why are they always like this now? He doesn't even know how to, what kind of shoe did he wear to this place? Look at his shirt. You know. Another one said, look, he didn't even know how to do protocols. He didn't know, instead of recognizing the Senate president, he recognized the speaker and recognized the people and then put the Senate president last. If somebody cannot do simple protocol, how are we sure what he has written? And that was the end. That was the end. When we talk about culture, norms and practices, and like Prof said, the way of doing things, there are ways of doing things in the parliament. It is not the same as the way of doing things in the executive. The way of doing things among bureaucrats in the executive is not the same way of doing things when we are dealing with the politicians, the political leadership. So we have to move from the helicopter view, which is very important because we now know how the landscape looks like in Nigeria, in Kenya, and in Rwanda. If there is investment in phase 2, we have to now come down from the helicopter and begin to now zoom in on the different components of this culture. If you ask me one question, why the uptake has not been encouraging, one thing that I will tell you is that for the most part, donors, NGOs, civil society organizations, researchers have always adopted a one-size-fits-all model. They think that when you are doing recommendation in research, the consumers are the same. The moment you don't frame your recommendations in a way that I'm sure the representative of the office of the Senate president or the Senate is here from the Kenyan parliament. The parliament have their languages. They have their norms, they have their practices, they have their processes that are completely different from the way the executive operates. So the moment you frame your recommendations with the assumption that you have made recommendations and it will apply to all the policy actors uniformly, is one step towards non-utilization or failure of uptake. Because I operated from the inside of the parliament, I operated from the inside of the office of the president, I operated with the donors, the CSOs. I am able to tell you this from the frontline experience. The moment the document, the policy brief reaches the desk of the chairman of the committee, or they will just mail it to one staff, who is probably the essay on policy and research or something. He looks at it and says, oh, I didn't see anything about any bill that is to be amended. There is nothing that, okay, so because there is no time. The onus, the responsibility is on the producer to think for the consumer, to make the life, because the life of a politician, the life of a policymaker is already complicated. They are torn in between so many things. So once the knowledge product is not ready-made for consumption, I am sure my brother is nodding his head. Once the knowledge product is not ready, consumption ready, the end user does not have time to be thinking of how to help the researcher to reframe the findings. So, let me conclude here by appealing once again to PASGA that the future of Africa, I am saying this, I can say it anywhere. I've worked in many research institutes. I've worked with big ones in different countries in Africa. And I know that they can't do as much as what PASGA is doing. PASGA may look like a small organization. It is not small. It has a very deep history. But the approach to doing policy research, the approach to doing policy uptake is unique, is different. It's a front runner in Africa. The obligation of documenting a nuanced understanding of policy evidence production and consumption culture in Africa rests squarely on PASGA. And the future of Africa depends on you. Let me speak in a very plain language. If you assume that somebody else or one organization somewhere else will wake up one day and do it, I can tell you it won't happen. So I will suggest that, please, I'm appealing, invest in this project. If there is a phase 2, let's now come down from the helicopter and begin. It is by so doing, when we have this granular understanding of the culture in different countries, we can then move above to say, okay, I think we can build a framework that is more continental and regional. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Professor Fatai. We get the feeling that policy culture seems to be different in different spaces, right? Asante sana. We'll now go to Professor or Dr. Herbert Misigo. I was trying very hard not to get your name wrong. Dr. Herbert Misigo. I think you'll also give us your rejoinder, but also think about, Dr. Katete had read something about contemporary policy making processes. Yeah. What would you say about that as well?
I thank very much the moderator, the executive director, and friends. Good afternoon. Good afternoon again. My name is Herbert Misigo Amazimbi from the Department of History, University of Nairobi. Actually, I think I was the very last one to be called by my students, Jimmy and Mercy. They called me on Friday. There's a conference. And I asked them, will there be food? They said yes. I said, I'm coming. Although my chair of the department is away on annual leave, so actually now I'm the acting chair of the Department of History for now. So I speak on my own behalf and the behalf of the Department of History, University of Nairobi. I'll be very brief indeed in my remarks because historians, we only deal with facts, and facts alone. So let me thank my brother George, the two Georges, for the wonderful studies that they have done on Kenya, Rwanda, and Nigeria. For the first time, actually, they were able to integrate our subject, history, into the analysis. And I think that's why maybe Jimmy and Mercy called me here, because I think I'm the only historian here. Another historian? Another historian? None. So you can imagine, Pascal, you have been doing studies without carrying historians along. And that, I think that is a big gap there. Because what we want, for example, what I wanted to hear from the presentation was, where are we coming from on policy cultures? Where are we? Are we coming from a vacuum? Is there anything that we can touch on? Right? So where are we coming from? 2, where are we? Where are we right now in terms of policy cultures? And number 3, where do we intend to go? That is the aspect of history. Where have we come from? Where are we? And where do we intend to go? You see, history thus becomes very important. For example, we talk about strategic planning, right? Because it will show, where have we come from? Where are we? And from that information, from that evidence, then we can say, this is where we want to be tomorrow. So I think I'm here, rightly seated, asking you to, for example, to consider that. Where have we come from? Where are we? And where do we intend to go? That's one, right? So I'm sure if in that report, then the report will be better. Where I come from, we say, it's never late to add salt to food, isn't it? You can add at any time. Yeah, so it's never late. But some food, for example, it's sometimes late to add baking powder to cake for the ladies, isn't it? Right? My second point will be, we are dealing with a people. We are dealing with people. For not annoying the ladies, when we were young and we were seducing girls, what happens, isn't it? You go and buy them chips, you write them letters, you do all those things. Why? Because you want to have a relationship with them, right? So how are we creating that relationship with the people that we are talking about uptaking this or forming this culture? Right? We have to seduce them to get our idea, isn't it? The story of seduction, most of you know, isn't it? In my village, when we were growing up, we were carrying ladies forcefully, but now that's illegal. It's now illegal, so we have to seduce, isn't it? Now they seduce through social media. Isn't it? So how are we relating with these people? In other words, we have to create what they call social capital with them. Yeah? We develop a tight, intimate relationship with them so that we can feel, I think as Professor Nyungura said, some of these things are emotional. And therefore, you cannot actually gauge them and say this percentage. We can feel that they are understanding us because we are relating with them in a way that they do what? They understand, right? For example, when I was called here, I thought I was the only one coming. Then in the airport, I met Professor Nyunguru, Dr. Solomon, and I asked them, where are you going? They said, they're going to the same place. And yet we are coming from the same university. So we have not developed that relationship to see that we can even work from Senior Comorum as colleagues from the University of Nairobi to come up with these ideas. So how are you relating to these people that George talked about, the consumers down there, right? Then my last point will be, my third point was, I think Professor Nyunguro raised it. Did we do any benchmarking for best practices elsewhere? Did we do any benchmarking to see what are the best practices? What can we get from those best practices? Is the report telling us that look, this is where we want to go. This is where these communities are in terms of forming this relationship to bring a new culture of uptaking evidence-based policy. And finally, as I said and I always say, finally we ask in history, why? Why the culture? Why? Isn't it? Why? Why do we want this culture? What are the gaps? That's where we should start, isn't it? The question is, why do we want this culture? It can't just because it is a fancy word, isn't it? There must be something that we have to change to get a new perspective, a new thinking. The way the Bible says they saw a new world and a new heaven, for the old one had passed away. Isn't it? So, so why? What do you want to see in this? Thank you very much, President.
Thank you, Dr. Herbert. Thank you so much. I'll now go to the only lady in the group. As you can notice today, the ladies seem to be in an alignment. Most of us are in black. Yeah? I don't know what the culture is, but I think we'll take a nice photo after this session. That is if you're in black today. So karibu, Madam Christine. You can give us your rejoinder as well. But one of the recommendations that came from the study from Kenya is that Kenya seems to be calling for legal frameworks in scaling up of the Utafiti Sera. What are also your thoughts about that as you give us your wholesome rejoinder? Karibu.
Okay, thank you so much. And I want to appreciate the doctors who did the work. I must say it was a job well done. From where I sit, I am a librarian and a PhD student of information science. Now, I want to say a number of things. Number one, culture. As pertains evidence, I would say that we need to have a sharing culture, a sharing of evidence. And someone said that if you want to hide treasure from someone, hide it in knowledge. I'm using knowledge, but what was said was books. When you hide treasure in books, so many people will not get it. So if we are not hiding our evidence and we are sharing it outrightly with the people who need it, then it will actually reach our intended goal. It is going to inform policy as we have always desired. Now, how do we share this evidence? I was giving an example of a county government executive who can hardly communicate in English. And even when they are told to express what they want to say in Kiswahili, they also could not. It's on social media. Whoever wants it, I will not talk like Professor Nyunguro, that you're buying something. You'll just come for free and I will share, okay? So what do we need to do? Maybe we translate our evidence. If we are going to translate this to the native language, then you can be sure this MCA will be able to actually get what we want and run with it. In fact, they can be very good in pushing our own agendas of sharing the evidence. We also had conflict of interest coming up in this discussion. And I think I have had a problem where I am working. I will use this example. I wanted to carry on the experts forum, which picked partly, but then somehow along the way, it stalled. I am telling my people, these very experts here that you're seeing, and I have an architect on board, I have a teacher on board, I have a doctor on board, and even a lawyer. Then I tell them, since you are in academia, whatever you're teaching is supposed to affect the community. And that is the mission, the vision of the university. Every university, everywhere, we are saying that we want to impact knowledge to change society. So what society will be changed by what you are doing when they hardly know what you are doing? So I felt like for us to reach the public, we would then repackage this knowledge that we are having in a way that you speak to them. When we talk about Dr. Solomon here, there is something specific, something very special, something very dear to him that he upholds. This is what he thinks, and that is what it is. You have done a lot of publications. You have done a lot of research, like what the two judges have done in the House. These researches have power to change the public. But then, it might not reach the public. So I felt like we should reach the public ourselves through the word of mouth. The tacit. How are we sharing our tacit knowledge? Especially now for those people who cannot access our written knowledge. Okay? So maybe we would think along that, we would brainstorm on how the public can get to know what as PASGAR we are doing. Remember we said that empowerment is also very important. If these people will not know, then they will not be empowered. And if they will be empowered, and then these policies that are being created for them, when they are not of help, then they will raise a voice. We want to change society, and I believe in changing society using the knowledge. Now, when you look at the university web, there is the ADD Expo. Many people do not understand what ADD Expo is. I was behind the ADD Expo, and what we were doing was to repackage what we have. You know, this is available. These books are here. There are so many. I got a problem when I was deployed in a faculty where people do not want to come to the library. It really pained me. So I felt like for these people to know that the library is important, I need to market what is in the library to them. I need to tell them how this library can help them. You know, any scholar needs knowledge. But then, you don't want to take yourself where knowledge is. I will bring the knowledge to you. I will bring it to you. So what I did, and what we can also do about our evidence that we are creating here, we could repackage it in a way that people can get it. People do not want to read. That's a fact. Give someone a 300-page book, and they will not even look. In fact, they will begin sleeping. I see them in the library. Someone comes and they pick books, and after 10 minutes, they begin dozing off. But when you create an abstract out of the 300-page, you create an abstract for this person, they will be interested to know what this thing is all about. When we can create the policy briefs, we discussed about all these things in this forum, so I will not really want to repeat it. About sustainability of evidence uptake. This is my thought. Suppose we advocated for embedding the evidence in policy. For example, if let's speak on one county government of Vihiga, I don't come from Vihiga, or Tana River, then we say the policies that are being made, we advocate for them to tell the public where they are or whatever has informed this policy creation. What is the mind behind these policies that you are creating? How do we do it? We cite. We should insist that yes, they have created this, they have brought for us, maybe they have used the NIS thing or whatever we are talking in this house yesterday. We insist to know where, what experts or the evidence that has informed the policy. Then also, I talked about translating evidence. Then partnerships. I don't want to repeat, but we said that we must take on board all actors. And the researchers in the House, especially the two judges, have brought out this very clearly in their report. I'm so happy about it. Also, about sharing of the same, suppose we did podcasts and marketed ourselves. I will still go back to our marketing aspect. It would reach a larger audience. And we also embed it in the institutional frameworks. Culture. I said it, that we need to embrace a culture of evidence sharing. And this, I believe, it should be an organizational mandate. When Professor Oga here was saying it is PASGA that is going to do this thing, actually you have a big role, and I know that you have a big heart for Africa. We need to know that this evidence could be shared and it could be made as a culture. Organizations should embrace knowledge sharing or evidence sharing as a culture. In the department where I work, we believe in the culture of customer centricity, that when you come to me, I will handle you as a person. I will not handle Daktari Mizigo in terms of his subject area like everyone else. No. It is him as an entity. So we address problems as they come. If we are making this policy for this particular aspect, it should address just that for customer centricity. Okay. The visibility problem.
One more minute.
Oh, thank you. Oh, you think I can, you make me think that I can talk too much, eh? I'm sorry about that. In fact, you have stolen everything I wanted to say.
Oh. Let's appreciate her, please. Thank you so much, Madam Christine.
Lastly, I feel that we should share our evidence in the open knowledge so that we should make it openly accessible to everyone so that they can access it. Thank you so much. That was my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Christine. And now we go to Dr. Solomon. And it's good to note that I am a granddaughter to one great teacher called Solomon. So as you give us your Solomic wisdom, it's called Solomic wisdom. I think from the findings, specifically from Rwanda and Kenya, something came out that in Rwanda there is strong central control, and evidence is showing that evidence is valued, but it's filtered through political priorities. And then for Kenya, that there's, of course, we've evolved a lot when it comes to policy. And also looking at devolution, there's a lot of strength that we have gained. But evidence still shows that evidence is secondary to politics. And then the last question that I had that I want you specifically to respond to is that as you give us your rejoinder and also just touch on those findings, how do you think we should reduce interference? Because this was a recommendation. How do you think we should reduce political interference? Karibu Mwalimu.
Thank you so much. And let me begin by appreciating the ED. I think if you look at me, I've changed. I've even put on a little weight because of PASGA. So nimeshukuru sana. And let me also appreciate the senior management of PASGA for bringing me here, and the other management for inviting me. Jimmy was my student. The senator, in inverted commas, was also my student. So nimefundisha wengi, I've taught many. So, and all these are my seniors. You can imagine Misigo was once my employer as chair of a council. Fatai, I appreciate you. You've made my stay here very well. Nyinguro taught me so that anything he says is also a reflection of my thinking. And no, and I can assure you, if it was not a misstep, I would now be his boss. Yeah. So, Professor, tumeshukuru. Let me simply begin by being very specific in terms of what the two judges, the doctors, have done. And I have to say, it is a beautiful document. But I'll simply stick to the gaps. For example, I would have preferred that the two judges say, look, this study on policy culture is not universal, ubiquitous in terms of its application. Because you're talking about case studies. And anytime you're talking about case study, you are context bound. So that what may appear in Nigeria, you must come up with specific recommendations, specific to Nigeria, because you're talking about case study. So that even if there's a comparative element, it comes as a conclusion. And then, when I looked at your work, there is a major weakness. And please, George, who is a very good friend of mine, the two Georgians, I studied with George also. And he is a very good friend of mine. George, your study is basically anthropological or cultural or social in terms of its approach. And that is why I got very scared when you said you employed a mixed approach. And I'll explain it. And Dennis, please support me. When you talk about a qualitative and quantitative approach, yes, I know PASGA may have insisted, particularly the doc here, may have insisted it has to be mixed. But your study is largely qualitative. The fact that you employ histographs, percentages, cumulative frequencies, does not make your study quantitative. In fact, what you're doing, you're simply emphasizing the idea of descriptive statistics. I have data from Nigeria. I have data from Kenya. I have data from Rwanda. Therefore, I will basically be speaking to the data that I've generated from the field. I will not employ inferences. My conclusions will begin and end with the data that is before me. So that if you find that whatever you have come across or you've generated or drawn conclusions on are reflected elsewhere, it is purely on chance, or what we refer to as probability, because that was not your intention. So Dennis, again, you will explain this more. I wanted, when they said mixed, I wanted to see inferential statistics, where you're simply saying, look, I am engaging, I don't know if it was Professor Nyunguro or Fatai, who said, I am engaging in testing something, a relationship between evidence and policy. This testing relation, is it anchored on association? Is it anchored on correlation? And when you talk about correlation, you're simply saying, I already know there's a relationship between evidence and policy. Now, the task, T-A-S-K. You'll excuse me, I was not born in Kenya, so I have an accent. You'll be saying that because I'm testing this relationship, I want to know about the nature of the relationship. So the two Georgians, you should have told us the strength of the relationship and the direction of the. It is not enough to say there is a weak relationship between this and that. What is the strength? Which you simply adopt manipulation of formulas and numbers so that you may have between -1 and +1. -1 indicative of a perfect negative relationship, inverse. Positive, and I keep on using this. For example, I came to this PASGA hypothetically, and there's somebody I admire. I must have conceptualized this admiration in my dreams, indio? So that when I came here, I say, voila, this is the person I want. So I'm emanating from zero relationship. And then I say, hello, 0.1. It's positive. I say, you look familiar, and if she smiles, 0.2. And then I say, give me your phone number, 0.34. I want to have tea. It's not that I don't have tea in my home. My home is full of tea. But this is a special tea. 0.5. You accept, you laugh, even when I'm boring. And then I say, I want to marry you. 0.7. And then one day, you say, wedding. And you know the way you used to enter your house, senior man, you throw your shoes and she's laughing, things usually change. So from a perfect, positive relation, they shock you. When they say, why did you throw your shoes here? Why did you not make the bed? And then it goes negative. Huh? Your face is full of pimples. Inverse, exactly. That is what statistics, differential, is all about. But you can go beyond into differential proper. Regression, etc. How? By simply telling us, look, nature is not enough. I want to test the statistical. Yeah. Where you say, I have looked at this indicator, that indicator, this other, how significant are they individually, and then consolidated. How do the indicators, the evidence you collect, informing policy? And then you say by this significance level. Beyond that, I had a problem, a very small one, when it comes to how you sampled. Sample determination. Which formula did you use? The two Georgians? It has to be very clear. Because you want to increase the level of believability. And Professor Nyuro likes reliability and there's the other one. Exactly. I never had that in your study. I've rushed through. The issue of validity, reliability, verification have to be clearly specified. But trust me, your study is very good, and if you do not want to enter into differential, then simply say, this is a qualitative study with elements of descriptive study. Thank you so much. That's my end.
Thank you, Mwalimu. Let's give them a clap again. Asante sana. Okay, I think we bounce it back to the houses now. And from the instruction, it was to the house leads. We'll still have our panelists here because we could have questions or even reflections that you might want to help us respond to. And also our researchers are also taking notes and could also respond to some of the questions that will be coming up. And I want to go to Rwanda, the Urban Governance House of Rwanda. Any questions, any reflection?
Do you have anything?
Or we could do it randomly. Okay, good.
Thank you. My name is Emmanuel Ndizeye. I'm from Economic Policy Research Network, Rwanda. I'm glad to be here because it's our first time to be here. And I think you are going to be one of the good partners. Yeah, I'm not talking a lot about what the academia have been saying. I've been working in academia for more than 10 years and heading research and consultants. So I know their language is clear. So I want just to stick on presentation made by George, yeah? On Rwandan side. You did not go deep for, you tried to talk about Nigeria, but Rwanda, it's just about NST1, NST2, something like that. So We want just to have the clear data on that so that everyone can understand what Rwanda is doing so far. And I could recommend that it's better to come and then you benchmark with Rwanda because you have good practices. As myself, after working with the academia, I had a chance of being appointed to be an executive secretary of a district. At the same time, I was chief budget manager. So I participated in NST 1 and also NST 2. For Rwanda, we had many strategies, but it was combined into one, which is called transformation strategy. So we have 3 pillars. One is economic transformation, social transformation, and then governance transformation. And each transformation has its own sector. And each sector has what we call SSP, Sector Strategic Plan. So nothing you can do without, even if it's in agriculture, there is Sector Strategic Plan. And this SSP is being implemented at the district level. Do you understand? And that's why you have what we call performance contract. And this performance contract you signed before with His Excellency, so that you make sure that after 10 months, you are going to be evaluated. If you don't score what is it, performance indicator, goes with the performance indicators, then you are going to be eliminated there from the district, whatever you are mayor or what. So the issue of participation, citizen participations, nothing can be done without consulting the citizen. And there's what we call how do you call the community gathering, which is being taken by every Tuesday. And it's being conducted at city level, where the citizen normally gather, and then they participate on what they should be done on their behalf. And for your information, the Mwananchi is allowed to fire the minister or the mayor. Yes. And that's why every year we normally have what we call national dialogue, where it's being chaired by His Excellency, and then all stakeholders, then minister, cabinet members, the senators, also including the representative of our Mwananchi. So it's where they normally give their views. And sometimes they are calling on phone, where they are, then just asking some question to the president and also raising some issues that this minister came and did not. Then minister must be also questioned why was not providing the service that was required to Mwananchi. So I'm glad that I'm going to give you all information, the data with the evidence and the facts, and I have them, and it will be helpful. So don't bother with the questions from academia. So please, let's meet. I have all informations. Yeah, and whatever. Because what I'm saying this, yesterday I will show the newspaper. I'm also among of the senior advisory committee for Rwanda Food and Drugs Authority. So we had the issue of this drug medicine which is very expensive with markups. And we try to develop guidelines. And the way that whatever the Minister of Health there cannot impose the committee, if we decide to, because we have been empowered. And recently we called the minister, please, the price is very high, and what we are saying, we set this guidance, submit to the cabinet for approval, and it was approved. If it could be like another country minister could say, as the professor yesterday said, that was being transferred. For us, it's not there. Wherever you have been trusted by the government, you have a mandate. I'm glad that Ed is here. I think we have heard that you went to Senegal for African food and what. I think you met with our president, and you had the facts from there. So, as we're here at Rwanda House, we're inviting you to come with Rwanda. Then we can show you the best practices that you can learn from there.
Okay. Thank you so much. I'm also being reminded that hopefully all of you have accessed the findings, and if not, I think Jim will make sure that you get it. I think even as you are still looking at the findings from the presentation, I think we can already interact with it. So as we add, I think we will go to the youth group. Let's also look at our practice as houses. Does the finding reflect what we see through practice?
1 minute. Yeah, thank you so much. Based on the presentation, actually, what they did is somehow right. And the issue is on the national strategies. Actually, we have Vision 2050, not NST. NS2, National Strategic Transformation, is we have gotten two. The first one was starting in 2017 up to 2024. The other one started in 2025 to 2029. That's 2050 is not a national strategic transformation. Rather, it is vision. Yeah, for clarification. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your findings. Particularly coming from Youth Employment Creation House, which is focusing on agriculture and agro-processing, I would be very interested to get the sector-specific perspectives and just to understand the policy cultures across the sectors and how different they pan out and how different the actors are able to now relate to the different cultures so that we are able to see how well from where we see it, what are the key issues and how do we need to engage as an agricultural sector, coming from an agricultural sector. Because what I saw was more general. I would like to get the differential perspectives. Also, at a national level, I would be very interested to get the different county perspectives. From the study in Kenya, I would be very interested to get the different county perspectives because since we are devolved, we have a national level and we also have county level. And I believe also at the county levels, we have the county-specific policies or even strategies that are developed. And I'd really like to see the different perspectives, how they pan out and how they fit to the national level and also now to the global perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Odame from Center for African Bioentrepreneurship. We are hosting the Youth Employment Creation House. Thanks a lot for the presentation. You did a good job to bring out issues. But then, having worked in public sector for quite some time, and also our interaction with the counties, which we have been working with, I see a big problem with the policy makers rather than the political class. I say that because they are the ones who are supposed to provide evidence and be able to lobby with the political class. I give an example of a regulation which we have been assisting the Ministry of Agriculture and the associated agencies, vegetatively propagating seed regulation. We started this initiative in 2018. And up to now, we are still at the Attorney General. We have found out that the problem is the interest of various departments and agencies, rather than even the political class. Because at a political level, in parliament, whether you talk of National Assembly or Senate, they come at the level of a committee called the JLAC. This is Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, which you have a session with them, give them the evidence, give them the draft, take them through maybe 2 or 3 days, and they'll have synthesized information. So then the problem is with the policymakers rather than the political class. But I saw the graph for the politics was slightly up there. And yet, probably we don't communicate very well to them so that they can be able to legislate or have the uptake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So mine, first of all, is to appreciate the presentation from our doctors. And I think this comes from a place of understanding that, especially us as an urban governance house, we have very many challenges in terms of the uptake of evidence, because, you know, the urban areas have a lot of interests, and these are competing interests, both at political space and also in terms of individual interests. And I appreciate that the paper, the research itself, we can ultimately see that the target audience is not only the policymakers, but I think the language is very good for us as civil society actors, but also the common mwananchi who's supposed to influence policy. I think the way the language has been put can be easily understood, and it's not too academic, so thank you for that. I think one of the things that, based on our experience as an urban governance house, that maybe we could also deepen in case we are getting to another phase, is I don't know whether we had some form of some direct citations, even though we would anonymize the individuals who are speaking, especially the key informants, so that we can see how their perspectives really are in regards to the policy culture. And then another thing would be, it's picking up from what Prof said about moving from the helicopter view to a deepened view. I think we would want to see the extent to which different parts of evidence are coming together. For instance, the practice, how is practice informing policy? How is the data that is derived from institutions like KIPRA informing policy? Where do they come together? Because you'll find that most of the houses, a lot of information that we are generating, or the evidence we are generating, is more of practice, learning from practice. So to what extent is practice affecting policy development? And I think the other aspect is when you talk to us about the issue of the politics, it would be good to understand what are some of these incentives that are driving certain political powers to either take up evidence or not take it up. So what are these incentives? How do they look like? And finally, in terms of the recommendations, I like the fact that we've heard from the Rwandan case that a lot of public participation is being done. But I think one of the things that I would want to know is the extent to which information from the public is actually taken in. How does that look like in terms of the policies? We saw it from Kenyan perspective. When we reacted to the finance bill, we saw how the country behaved. So what is the behavior in terms of once people give their feedback, is it really taken in the policies? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Irene. I want to go to the UHC, and then I'll come back to Sam, because he's my ED and he's asked to speak. So. Okay.
I'll speak with a lot of restraint because we did not participate in the development of the terms of reference. We did not engage in the scope. So chances that we may be coming from an ignorant perspective are also high. But I appreciate that perhaps the panel engaged with the researchers. And colleagues, that is important because it was a wide study. And what Professor said was that perhaps in the next phase, it could be a little bit granular. So that's why restraint is important. Secondly, there are two differences. There's culture and there is cultures, right? And we're agreeing that culture is a way of life. So meaning that policy cultures, they are way of life, meaning that there are multiples ways of life in terms of policy. So chances that having a similar methodology or findings from the different countries and the different sectors may be different. For instance, the culture in the urban governance house that deals with issues around social dimensions of infrastructure will be most probably different with the universal health care coverage or universal health care, because they are different culture, they've got different ways of life. Now, when we go to the transitions that have happened globally, particularly those who are in the development sector, we are coming from a phase where most of our policy were rights-based, you know? You remember the 90s where the US was the big brother and they were rights-based, right? But now we are going back, we are going to markets, where the discussion is that what do you bring to the market? We cannot just give you development aid. To what extent do these affect our policy development process? Because it's also political. And yesterday, Prof said that when he did the mathematics of the development aid that was coming, he almost advised the cabinet secretary not to sign. And this may influence policy culture. There were discussions around public participation and perhaps the institutional reforms. I think public participation as being framed as a driver in policy development perhaps need to change, because public participation is a right, right? But when you have got a right, you've got a responsibility. So meaning that if you're a member of the public and you want to go to participate, as your responsibility, what do you take to the forum? You take evidence. But what form of evidence? So that then, to what extent are those who consume policy in terms of implementation ready to attend public participation meetings with evidence? Then lastly, when we debate about evidence and policy, or policy research for evidence, it's like making new policies become the outcome and the results that will make us notice that there's been an influence. But that's not true. Policy review, policy repeal is also policy making, because we are running to a situation where we are having conflict of laws. Actually, African countries are over-legislating. And this brings confusion in the legislative framework, where you've got a public participation component in physical land use planning. When you go to the Country Government Act, there's a public participation framework. When you go to Urban Areas and Cities Act, there's a public participation framework. When you go to the university, so which framework do we use? Ultimately, it's a conflict of laws. So then, yesterday there was a proposal, though I don't know whether it was shut down, perhaps it's something that we could consider that. Then how do we step back and just even scan our policy environment and make suggestions that which policies do we need to repeal based on evidence, because it's causing conflict of laws, then it hogs the process. Then the system basically just hogs itself. So then people just go around and scatter around the issue because no one knows what to do. And it happened in the land sector in Kenya. You remember, Prof, there was a time that in the land sector, you had more than 15 legislations. If you wanted to buy a piece of land, you will go through 15 legislations. And that is the danger that we may go back to in the houses if we're not careful. If we interpret policy evidence as and the use of evidence in policy development as a basis of having new policies, such that if a politician do not develop a new policy, then it has failed. And lastly, as I conclude, Sally, is that development partners, where we take loans, nowadays have got their policies that they embed in the contracts that they give our countries, be it a loan or a grant. And sometimes they override our policies. For instance, in the land sector, they tell you that you must compensate people who are in public land. But in our domestic legislation, is that you cannot compensate someone on a public property using taxpayers' money. But if you don't compensate, you don't get the grant. So then that informs how government starts behaving. You'll go to Treasury where it sits. Ultimately, the acquiring authority, if the Kenya National Highway Authority where it comes from, will make a request because it's a conditional. It's a condition in the contract that the state has signed by a development bank. So then ultimately, that also informs our policy development processes. So I think those are the comments that I wanted to give. But I speak with a lot of restraint because I don't know how the TOR was. We are maybe adding you more job, but I don't know whether the money will be added. So that's why restraint is important.
I think we'll give a chance to USC, and then we'll give Agatha, and then we'll close with the
Thank you. Thank you so much. This was very interesting. I mean, the findings, like everyone else has said, are very rich. I think for us, when we looked at the segmentation of the people who were interviewed, the target population, we realized that there was a gap in terms of the grassroots themselves, the CBOs, but not the actual grassroots. But in the recommendations, you mentioned that the grassroots actually do not get involved in the evidence. I don't know where that came from. If you can just cross-check that. And then secondly, it would be interesting also to know how knowledge influences participation. Because I think there's a gap. Without knowledge, we can talk about all these things, even if you call public participation. You can't ask me to input in a budget I don't even know a formula. So if there is biasness, there is no way we expect public participation for us to have the actual data that gives us information. So how did knowledge actually really influence the outcome of this evidence, and how does it ensure that we are able to enrich our finding? And then last but not least, we've spoken highly about the politicians. I didn't see their category if they were spoken to, so that we could also hear their views. Because I think a number of people have referred to them in terms of having influence on the policies, in terms of actually making the decision itself. So how can we get their views and also try and learn what their role is in policy making and how they influence it? With that said, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, and thank you for the very rich presentation. Now, I come from an organization whose membership is agriculture associations. Kenya Agriculture is organized in form of various chains and associations. For example, we have the Kenya Flower Council, Cereal Growers Association, Kenya Coffee Platform, name all these various chains. And from the presentation, it's very sad to see that actually businesses are least involved. I saw from Nigeria and Kenya, it's actually zero consultation. And you can imagine policies are being made for implementers who are in business, meaning that we have a very serious disconnect. And somebody mentioned in a presentation that Kenya is slowly incorporating the other stakeholders, which is a good thing. But I think so far, the challenges that we have seen, including our experiences in Finance Bill 2024 and part of 2025, is very glaring. Lack of involvement of the real actors can lead to devastating effects in a country. And my challenge is to Pascal. We have a lot of work, and I think this is a very good beginning, an eye-opener, and I'm so happy that I came. I am in the youth employment creation, the agriculture sector, and we are focusing on creating a lot of employment for the youth in the agriculture sector in Kenya. And I think we have a lot of work to do together. Let's see how we can influence the policymakers, especially because most of the times in our both the bicameral parliament, the members of parliament come for 5 years, then they leave. We have another crop coming, and I think we need to work towards seeing how we can mainstream this work. Whether they are there or they are not there, they can actually embrace participation of the stakeholders in decision, in policy making. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Agatha. Clap for Agatha, please. Constance, just give me 1 minute, don't talk. Dennis here is really itching that he must say something. Dennis.
Thank you very much. And I want to take this opportunity to thank the presenters for that wonderful presentation and the work done so far. We usually treat that as a draft. In government, we can have even 10 drafts. So they are on the right process of coming up with a final document. Now, if you look at the studies in Nigeria and Kenya, one of the issues which came out is the fact that policy making is done by politicians, the political elite. And I wanted us to take a deep understanding as to how politicians come up with these specific policies. All of us know that before we do election, we usually have a manifesto. And a manifesto is a policy document which stipulates what they will undertake in the long run. For example, if you look at the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, which we are implementing currently, there was a commitment there to reform NHIF, which has now given birth to Social Health Authority. Many Kenyans have been making a lot of noise, but it appears that they didn't go through the original policy document, which they subscribed to, and which they did an election to elect the president to do what? To implement. So as PASGA, we need to go down to the roots, especially before elections. Which document is being subjected or which is being provided for the citizens to have an election on, and that is the manifesto. So that is my point number one. Point number two, when we elect members of parliament and senators, we assume that these people, when they come up with various policies, then they do consultation on them, because they represent members of the public. So it is assumed that any policy that a politician comes up with, they may have gotten it from the members of the public. The other aspect is that when politicians fail, then members of the public can do what? They can agitate for policies. And that is something which is under Article 1 on sovereignty. So that was my point number one. I want to move very fast. There was an indication during the presentation that evidence-based policy is not taken seriously in our country, and that is due to lack of technical advisors. I wish to say that government has a lot of technical advisors, a lot of them, but they may not be aligned towards research and policy making. There may be people who fail, who supported during elections, and they are brought on board in the name of technical advisors, but they don't undertake that role. They are there to earn money. So what I see, what is lacking in the government is a research department. Like if you look at the National Treasury as a whole, we have 5 directorates. My directorate of Budget, Fiscal and Economic Affairs, has 4 departments. One dealing with the tax, that is macro fiscal affairs. One dealing with the intergovernmental relations, called Intergovernmental Fiscal Affairs Relations. There is Financial and Sectoral Affairs Department, where I fall, and there is Resource the Budget Department. So, we don't have a dedicated research department in government, especially now in Treasury, where you can go and fish data, you can go and say this is what the output of research, and this is the policies which they have done, which is evidence-based. So there is a gap which needs to be filled in terms of coming up with specific research departments. Number 3, there was an aspect of awareness about Utafiti Sera, which we agreed there is low awareness. And I think it is high time we start working together as a team. I have done it in the past. There is an entity called NCD Alliance Kenya. And I managed to bring Treasury members to a meeting which they sponsored, and they taught us about NCD and why we need to finance NCD in Kenya. So there is a document which I saw that in this particular study may have not been looked at. There is a document which was published in 2024. It is called Public Policy Handbook. I'm not sure whether you went through it. That document was given birth as a result of lack of policy coordination in Kenya. And when we had the Prime Cabinet Secretary, one of the things he was doing when he was appointed to that position is to coordinate policy making in Kenya. There was what we call a whole of government approach in policy making, to the extent that each ministry, each state department, and each government agency, we were being told to take policies. There was a technical team that was looking at these policies to avoid duplication. But the most important thing in that particular document, which has now been adopted by government, is the policy cycle. And there are 6 policy cycles which have been identified. So there's problem identification and agenda setting. I feel that this is where this Utafiti Sera can come in. Problem identification and agenda setting. It is a process which has been approved, and all government policies are now required to adhere to that public policy handbook. So the consultants, you may have a look at that document and use it to enrich your document in terms of what you have proposed. Then as I finalize, there was something on revision of policies. Initially, under the Statutory Instruments Act of 2013, there was a provision which was saying that any statutory instrument will lapse after 10 years of implementation. Once you reach 10 years, then it is deemed to have lapsed. But during the 2024-2025 finance bill, there was an amendment to that provision that now policies can be implemented, but policymakers are allowed to revise on a need basis. So we do not have a timeline now. If you feel there is need to, there are some emerging issues which have come out, then we are allowed to review. Finally, going into the report, the language needs to be moderated. There's a statement which was saying that pressure from international financial institutions has led to reshaping of policy in Kenya. Remember, these are our brothers and sisters. These are our development partners. We are not enemies. Are we together? So, as we write the language speaks a lot. Let us talk of good language. Let us moderate the language. When you say political interference, you can talk of governance. Then you hide inside there. Are we together? Yes? Yeah, so that's what I wanted to add, but so far. Then the other aspect, we have mentioned some specific policies which we are saying have been based on evidence, like National Education Strategic Plan, Sexual Offences Act. Then we have mentioned some which have not been based on evidence. For example, the Hustler Fund and also the Huduma number. These are the things that the government doesn't need to hear. We don't have an hustler fund. We have what we call financial inclusion fund. But you also don't have evidence to say that it is not based on, you yourself who is saying it's not based on, you don't have evidence to say that it is not based on evidence again. So, so please, let us look at that.
Thank you so much. Let's clap for Dennis. Please. Yes, I'm giving Pauline and the council government 1 minute. Yes.
Because I may actually forget. That is very serious. Now, those who are asking why government functionaries do not have tech evidence, you have the answer here. Yeah. That they want you to moderate your name. Yes. That's an answer. Yes. Yeah. That's an answer. And I hope you will change your attitude.
Okay. I want to end it. Please. Time is fast spent. I only want to give 2 people 1 minute each. Then we'll have to end this session and proceed. We are eating into our lunch. I want to plead that you allow us to do so that once we finish everything, even if we leave here at 2, we will be done, so that we don't come back. I know Zambian people and Rwanda want to go and see something. So please, I want to give Constance 1 minute and Pauline, then we finalize this session.
Thank you, Jim, and to the 2 judges for the report. These are my few observations on the report. And number 1 is what George has mentioned about the Utafiti Sera and how known it is in the 3 countries. I want to make reference to another project we are having in water governance. And Shahidi wa Maji in Tanzania is one of our partners. And when we were introducing Utafiti Sera to them, they declined using the term Utafiti Sera. What they said is they have an Utafiti Sera in their own language. Actually, they called it, I think, Uhakika wa Maji. So the question to the 2 judges, is it the Utafiti Sera, the nomenclature, or is it Utafiti Sera, the framework and the model that is applied in the 3 countries? If, as per model and framework, the principles are applied, do we say there is no Utafiti Sera or is not well known? Because the Tanzanians were very clear. What we're already having is similar to Utafiti Sera, but we are not going to adopt your name. So in finance, we have what we call substance over form. Probably we have to consider that. So that we don't just blanketly say there is no Utafiti Sera, it's not well known. Because I believe the idea of PASGAR in having Utafiti Sera as a model is not just in the name, but in what Utafiti Sera brings into the policy framework. The second observation I have is, as PASGAR, we are Pan-African, and I believe when we're coming up with this policy culture study in the 3 countries, we're supposed to inform our work in all the African countries. I don't know whether this has been shared, but the findings were very specific to, is it Kenya, is it Tanzania, is it Nigeria, is it Rwanda? Probably we have to sit down and think, how do the 3 countries' findings then inform our work in the other countries as far as us being Pan-African? Because I don't believe we have money to do policy culture in all the 50+ countries in Africa. But whatever has come out of these findings needs to inform our work in all the countries that we are in. We are talking about 26 more, and we want to expand to more countries in Africa. We are not going to do a research in all the 26 or more as far as policy culture is concerned, but I believe this study has to be made in such a way that the findings and recommendations can also apply to other African countries so that then we can use it more. The utilization of this report can really be very efficient to us and not having to look for more money for that. This is just a by the way. When I was looking at the sample where we have the 11, I think 05, that number, Kenya has been talking so much about the PPPs, the public-private partnerships. But when I looked at Kenya, we had 19 as a number. So what does that say? Yeah, because I think that Nigeria and Rwanda, there were more than 30 respondents to this research. But Kenya lied down at, is it because they did not respond? Is it because we didn't know where to find them? Or how did we end up at a very low number of 19, while our other counterparts were high? And of course, in the recent past, we've been talking so much about the PPPs in Kenya. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
The study is, the 3 case studies are quite illuminating, and thank you very much for doing it. No, the Prof. Owache talked in great details about methodology. I won't repeat what he said, and I want to drive my point to a particular specific concern. For this sort of study, I would have expected more of, qualitative, because you're looking at patterns, behaviors, culture. But what I see, you said that it was a mixed, and you actually explained that you went into both the statistics and surveys. You also looked into interviews. The question I have when I look at your findings, they are largely descriptive. We did mention that. And I'm thinking that if we went deeper into the other side of qualitative, you'd have probably started picking some of the insights that are coming. And I want to be specific. I was keen to see already these 3 countries, they have institutional, the traditional institutional structures that provide evidence. IPA, Rwanda. KIPRA, Kenya Bureau of Statistics in Kenya. And I know in Professor Fatai would tell you about Nigeria. What I see, I went to that specific component of your findings, but what I was looking at, I was like, there's nothing really, I would have wanted to know more. Why is it that the already structures, why is it that government is depending more on the political system and ignoring their own, even before we come to PASGA and other systems? They already have their own traditional institutional structures. Why is it? So what I see generally is a response to the what question, and that is why you have the descriptive statistics that we see. I would have wanted us to get deeper. And I was also looking at the citizen voices. Yes, was it yesterday or on Monday when I was talking about what we are seeing emerging, new people coming to the space. We have the young people. In Kenya, we have seen that. And yesterday, Olado did talk about invited and invented spaces. So I would really have wanted to see, when we talk about the culture, that we see forming, these are some of the things that are starting to emerge, and I would have wanted to see more about that, because it's something that we cannot ignore. Constance has talked about an issue that I had picked about, we have 3 case studies. In as much as the nature of your study or the design of your study is difficult to generalize, but what are those common case studies which we will now use to answer to her questions? It was my question as well. From PASGA, we are interested in our work is not just in those 3 countries. We are interested in seeing what happens across. So I would encourage you to go back to your findings and see across these 3 case studies what is coming out as a common strength. Finally, Utafiti Sera, I'm happy that we did talk about, you did actually go into the Utafiti Sera. Please go deeper and see what lessons, other than just saying we are aware of Utafiti Sera. For those ones who are aware, what came out was lessons that we can look at. And that drives us to what we were talking about yesterday. What is missing in our schema? there's just one thing I would want you to pay attention to. In Kenya, there was a place where you had consumers and policy makers. I just wondered, why is it that we made that distinction? Because in my view, even the policy makers are consumers of evidence. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pauline. And let's clap for ourselves, please. Thank you so much, presenters. We are not putting you on a defensive where you have to come and defend all this. No. We were trying just to improve it, and we are going to sit and interrogate everything they have told us and improve the document. That is why we had this session. We are so thankful to our academia. We want to say a big thank you. Please clap for them. I want you to take a photo with the presenters, please, before you leave. The two presenters come and take photos with just stand, just there.
Just one sentence only. Now, with all due respect to government representatives who are here, we should actually ask why government, particularly the Kenyan government, has not been very comfortable with the institutions that produce evidence, institutions which they cannot manipulate. Because, you know, there was the Institute of Development Studies in University of Nairobi. And then there was IPA, Institute of Yes. Then government defunded the IDS and IPA and created KIPRA. And KIPRA is now under the Ministry of Economic Planning, which means there they can order them to moderate.
Yes, so this team, please, can we have the photo? We are really thankful for you. Thank you so much. Juma. Iko on. Iko on.
And that's why you are in the university. You are not read from the government.
Iko on. Apo. You want to talk?
No, that's why you ran away.
But so hey.
Tell us what you're showing, then we...
As we move to the next and the final session, we want to hear what we were saying on the TV about this workshop. Then we move to the final session and we finish. So this was KTN, which is a national. Please give us volume. Volume, please. Faraji, do you have volume?
Rwanda and Zambia.
Just start it, please.
In Mombasa, Kenya, experts, policymakers, and grassroots actors have wrapped up the Utafiti Sera Inter-House Learning and Sharing Convening, a forum aimed at strengthening evidence-based decision-making across Africa. The three-day meeting, hosted by the Partnership for African Social and Governance Research, brought together representatives from Kenya, Rwanda, and Zambia. Participants included stakeholders from health, education, urban governance, employment, and social protection sectors.
For us as experts is that we try to work with everyone. We try to amplify
voices from the community. We try to amplify voices from all the sectors, both private sector and then also including the business, so that we are working together. You know, health is for everyone. So for us to ensure that we have access to health, everyone has to be involved. It's the private sector, the NGOs, the government itself, and the politicians. Then for us working together, and that's why this house brings everyone together to ensure that we have sustained voice and the voice that speaks the same language.
We have managed to ensure that evidence now is used to inform decision-making at policy level. For instance, we have a lot of evidence that has been generated to inform urban governance in Kenya and to also inform universal health coverage in Zambia.
Among the challenges that have been identified, I may say, we had waste management. There was some waste management issues. We had formal settlements and many others challenges.
As the world celebrates the International Day of Clean Air for Blue Skies,
Let's clap for them. That was Sam, Amos, and Jean. Thank you so much for representing us. We now want to move quickly, but I want Mercy to come just for 1 or 2 minutes. Then we'll invite Constance to proceed.
Thank you, Jim. Good job on the publicity for all of us, for all our houses, and for PASGA. So we want to get your views on our convening. So we've shared a link on your emails, post-evaluation, link for you to fill. Elijah, could you kindly post the QR code for the ones who don't have their laptops, who can't access it? Or Kevin? Is it that one? So please, if you didn't get to access it on your emails, please scan it. We want to get your views. It's less than 5 minutes. Share your feedback, your honest feedback. I'll give you 2 minutes to do it, 2 to 3 minutes to do it, then I hand it over to Constance. Yes, it's on the email. Please check your emails, or you can scan the QR.
This site can't be reached. What's happening?
Do you have any challenges, or it's going through? Okay.
Okay, it has come.
2 minutes, please.
We can proceed as we feel it.
Okay, thank you. Please give us your honest feedback. Asanteni.
Asante sana, Mercy. Let's proceed to Constance. We want to hear finance a little bit. We normally call Madam Madola in our office. Please, welcome.
Thank you very much, Jim. And I won't stand in between your lunch. I'm only going to take 5 minutes or even less. This is because we're a diverse stakeholder here, whereby we deal with finance and accounting with the House members. We are more than just House members here. So the reason I'm not going to bore you with my numbers and my principles and my compliance issues, because that is an in-house discussion, which we're going to take aside post this conversation. So to my partners who are here, we are kindly ask that you kindly create time to meet myself or Charles. You may be aware that we've come to the end of this project. Actually, as per your contract, it was supposed to run up to August, while for PASGA, we are supposed actually to report to the donor by the end of this month. For us to do that, we should have all your reportings, both narrative and financial. So the reason we really ask that, for the financial part, if you may be having any query, any challenge, myself and Charles are here to work with you towards fulfilling this deadline. so that come the end of this month, then we should be able to close and report back to the donor. Knowing that without us reporting back to the donor, then it may not be possible for us to begin the new phase, which should be already on, as it may have been communicated to you by my colleague, Sam. So that's it from me. Please see us aside so that we may be able and be able to get back to the donor. Thank you very much, and may you have a wonderful lunch. Bon appetit.
Thank you so much, Constance. I know I will not be able to speak again. Allow me to thank you all. We are at the end of it. Our ED, we have been here for the last 2 days. Yesterday, we even extended the discussion up to almost midnight. So even in the ocean, I know our people they have done well. It has been great contributions from you all. Thank you so much for this. When you are organizing, one of the biggest challenge is, will people attend? This is one of the workshops that I have over 98% attendance. Actually, it's only one person who did not attend. Can we clap for us for that? We followed our program as we wanted, and we are so happy. We want to wish you well, those who will be traveling as late to tonight or very early in the morning. Thank you so much. From PASGA, we are really happy that you came, that we had this. We will continue to deliberate. We will continue to partner for the new partners, for the new people. This is how we do our Utafiti Sera. And we want to continue with these collaborations, this partnership beyond this event time and this phase. So for those few remarks, I just want to say thank you so much, and may God bless you. I now want to call upon our ED to give his remarks, to react to everything that has been going on, especially the discussions, and even to give your closing remarks and to close for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Good afternoon. Is it afternoon or the morning? All right. I'm still on GMT time. Yeah. Fascinating. I have to say, I would have traveled 15 hours, as I did, to attend the last debate. I think it surpassed my expectation. I'll not go back to the gist of the debate, but I think these are the kind of conversation we need to have in order to strengthen and grow our common approach to governance. I would like to borrow from the colleague, the historian. I didn't raise my hand, but to make a confession, I studied economics, econometrics, then I did a PhD in sociology of rural development. Why? Because I was missing the history and the social context. So I can relate pretty much to what you were talking about earlier. And I think we're so lucky to have such an educated and insightful group. And moving forward, I think what would be very important is to find a formula, you know, with the support of the professor in this room, to enable so far, what are they learning? I think this is what I call an approach of progressive contextualization. I think if we listen to Rwanda, I'm quite familiar with Rwanda. I worked with a Rwandan as a boss for 10 years. I was the deputy president to Agnes Kalibata. I know very well the performance that Rwanda had. And I think we shouldn't discuss governance issue in isolation. But there is a strong correlation with governance, the governance model of Rwanda and their achievements. The only country that consistently met the target on the African Union peer review was Rwanda. And I think we should really give a round of applause for this level of performance. I think that will be an example, if we put aside all kind of political affiliation, of walking the talk. moving from a very tragic circumstances within a generation to become an African powerhouse. I think I would like this story to be told by Rwandans. What are your circumstances? Where do you come from? What have you achieved so far? And what is your vision moving forward? Kenya, in its own respect, has its own history that we need to tell. Same thing with Zambia and the rest of the continent. I was amused when we went to Ghana, and I saw one of my colleagues stand up and make a very brilliant presentation on Utafiti Sera. I realized that we were in the country of Kwame Nkrumah. That's the first independent African state. Whoever has a better conceptualization of African self-empowerment and intellectual autonomy than Ghana. So what are we doing when we go and present a model? And I think this is with a lot of humility that I think we're sharing our approach to promoting a co-creation approach to policy and governance. And I want to bow to my brother from Nigeria for the wisdom of when you communicate, and there is a formula that says, the answer you get is a reflection of the quality of your own communication. I will repeat it. In any communication, the answer you get is reflective of the quality of your own communication. We shouldn't talk to anybody that we don't know. Who is it? What are they struggling with? What are their pain points? It's, in fact, if I want to use, because I have many educated people here, the Greeks had a formula. Ethos, pathos, logos. Ethos is who you are. In which capacity do I stand here and speak to you? If you're not clear, you can't speak. You have no legitimacy, you have no right to speak. And this is codified in most civilizations. I'll come back to that. But the most important part is pathos. Who am I talking to? I should be able to put myself through the eyes of the people I'm talking to. And I will only make my case, which is the logos, when we are aligned. This is the secret of a strategic communication. Being able to inside out. Can you put yourself through the eyes of the policymakers or because the diversity you have in your houses is reflective of the diversity you have in society. If we cannot manage it inside, we cannot be helpful to society. Who are we? I mean, again, I started with what is evidence? Whose evidence? What is it? Is policy making a technical process or a political process, or both? And I want to remind the historian in the room that back in the 20th centuries, and I will test your lesson of history. I'm not challenging the historian here, but we had an indigenous constitution called Kurakanfuga, which is the Mande Empire Constitution. 12th century. I'm back to Google it now. African Constitution. 12th century. Where was Europe in the 12th century? We had an organized constitution and governance model, which you know. The Mande Empire spread from the Atlantic Ocean to Nigeria and Cameroon. The richest man in the world is Bakari II. It's a Mande king. So this is why history is important. Now, it's not enough to say we've been great. The question is what happened? Why did you lose it? And I think the importance of governance is to be able to answer that question. My part, I'm from Senegal. My country was colonized by French. My people who came from the Rift Valley, I mean, when I went to Kisumu, you guys speak to me. I look like them. They speak to me in Luo, and when I answer, they say, oh, come on. We just left a long time ago. We actually left from here. But when the colonial came, they prevailed. So the debate my community was having, should we send our kids to their schools? Most men said no. You still have people who didn't want to go to the Western school. The debate was solved by a lady who has not been to school, that we call La Grande Royale, the queen. She said, these guys came from nowhere and they prevailed when they were not right. Why don't we send our kids to their schools so that they know how to win when we are right? I repeat it. They came, they won, but they were not right. Let's send our kids to their school so that they know how to win when they are right. That's the wisdom of leadership. So what we're talking about here is a governance revolution. And I can relate to I was not here when Utafiti Sera was, but I was doing very similar work. Africa has a governance crisis in general. And I will check with the learned here that there is an economist that people don't cite often. It's Karl Marx. Karl Marx says the anatomy of the human being is the key to the anatomy for monkey. In other words, if you don't have a theory of a crisis, you cannot have a theory of transformation. We need to know what went wrong. And probably what went wrong is the inability to reconcile the interest of society, nature, and the people who are undertaking any activities. It's a balancing act that we missed. And I think each country is providing specific answer to that process. I don't believe there is a blueprint. We cannot copy Nigeria and paste it to Senegal and vice versa. But there are different pathways to getting to the top. For me, that's the good news. It means each house can, under your own circumstances, find a way to internalize all those dynamics and figure out the win-win scenario we're talking about. From that point of view, Prof, I agree with you that we, not PASGAD, we, all of us, we have the historic responsibility of bringing Africa's voice, not only in Africa, but globally. So I'm happy to report that we've been invited to take part of an Africa-wide think tank meeting next month in Addis Ababa on issue of taxation and public action. Basically, how do you walk the talk? I mean, government are very good at getting the money. And as I was listening to you, I was wondering which story can we share there. We don't deal with taxation. I don't know if you had a Utafiti Sera with the people who collect taxes, but you probably have some reflection on how pattern of public investment, how your processes can inform the direction of the budget, but also how you can have budget review that enable us now to inform, on the value of this process. So we'll have space to continue, and I don't want to take too much time from your lunch, but I hope my colleagues are recording all the questions. Because for me, the question is more important than the answer. But the minimum, we should allow each house to tell their own story. Along the line, you said, where we come from, who are we? First, interrogate the people in your house. Because if you have a private sector, you have government, you have civil servant, we should have a debate on what is our collective modernity project, the one that reflects our respective aspirations. It doesn't mean that we all have the same interest. No. You have conflict of interest, but do we have a win-win? If you had more time, I'll give you many, many examples. I mean, in agriculture, in public governance, just because I like so much agriculture, there is a lot of conventional wisdom that, traders are cheating farmers. Why? Because when they come during the harvest, they buy at a very low price. But if you turn it around, at the harvest time, you have an abundant production, supply and demand. Prices are low. So you cannot blame somebody for having the cash and showing up. But if I want to help the farmer, what should I do? Help them to store. Keep it. For them to keep it, they need cash. So solve their problem. This is an example of a win-win scenario, where you are not chasing the trader because somebody is complaining. I really like the point you made. I like your reserved comment, is when you don't know, but based on what you know, I think we should really be listening to each other and collectively crafting the way forward. I really want to thank you for this opportunity. I mean, this is my first real-time introduction to Utafiti Sera. I told you, when you come to Senegal, you say Utafiti Sera, nobody will listen to you. I mean, who are you Kenyans? I mean, to come and give us. We speak Wolof in Senegal. If you go to Nigeria, it may look like just wording things, but it's a principle of autonomy. We are not inventing the principle of listening to people or participation, no. Until we name what we're doing and can answer, how are we solving your pain point? What is it that you are looking for that collectively we are helping you solve? Before that, you don't have a product. We have a claim. Let's build the product by listening to others, but also by benchmarking. If Rwanda is doing a good job in one area, let's listen to their story. I was very impressed with the work that Kabe is doing with the Nairobi City Council on the food safety, food security, or food system. Let's listen to their story and see what is it that they are doing we can learn from. It's not a zero-sum game. It's not about economic convergence. It's about convergence economies. It's not about economic convergence. It's about convergent economies. With that, I thank you for your attention. Okay, apparently I should formally declare the workshop closed. So you are all dismissed.
Thank you so much for now formally dissolving the workshop. So you can just go through now informal conversations beyond this, but let me invite you all for lunch. And can we all stand to appreciate each other? First of all, just shake hands with your neighbor, or just do whatever may mean that you appreciate your neighbor.
Pray for us.
Who? Get someone else. Get someone even from Zambia. That lady. Okay. Thank you, the historian. You've made us know where reality is. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I want to request Zambia now, Zambia to pray for our lunch. Zambia to pray for our lunch. That is power from the authority. Zambia to pray for lunch.